alongside Joe Wright, who's here all day. And Joe, particularly exciting to have the University Touch Championship finals live to the plate competition. We've got 2 competitions here on the live stream this morning, and for the majority have 6 touches in which to score or make your way up as far of the field as possible. And touches you
to strike, you want to get the ball down really quickly. And I think we're going to see a lot of heads up, sort of like jouet touch, if you want to, you know.
Again, as they have done to every tournament this year, and they have done for the last few years, and we'll see Exeter later on this morning as Cardiff.
You know, that's it's a really good strike, and they're trying to get in behind the pressing middle. And this is really good, quick to get on the outside, holds there. Yeah.
Shadow when he left him. Yes, it's just left Edinburgh in his wake, and Cardiff go 1-0 up. And Edinburgh now.
Any sort of movement into that passing channel is going to get penalised. That's incredible feet. He's not got the gas. He's looking for his support. Wasn't quite there.
Stefan Frithich. And then 7 minutes between breaks. So it's games every half hour. You will hear the hooter go every 10 throughout the day, and have come in leaps and bounds this year, hosting as well the exhibition too at Cardiff Arms Park last weekend.
Yeah, do you know what? It's events like that I absolutely ball down. Let's play. Let's not waste any time. We're even wannabes.
Tristan Ellis ties things up for Edinburgh Lions. Morgan tag.
I think if he hadn't put the ball down on his foot there, he would have got it given. The mid wasn't moving off his line. Very stuck in the mud. That's going to get given 6 more on 5th. That's really unlucky. Really unlucky.
Everybody's in moulded boots today. They're not in metal boots, and we're starting to set how windy it is, and that pass out. That is the take of the year so far.
Oh, what a take. What are you doing playing touch? Get on the NFL.
Katrin Jones, which she's played internationally for Wales, and that experience has shown.
Oh, well, there you go.
But we are starting to see this action heat up into a shootout.
Yeah, really nice setup. Really nice setup. There's just you know, in sort of competitions like this where not many of the teams are going to have the experience of structured touch. Just that little bit of structure applied within, you know, this frenetic framework that was a little bit too slow on the setup. You know, there's moments of absolute brilliance that have created these scores, but if they're a little bit more fluid coming out of their transition into strike, then I think they'll catch defenders offside. But at the moment, they're just giving defenders too much time to get onside. And I think, you know, for one
of their main men, you know, we've seen him. His pass out for that second try. I mean, that's the moment of the game has come from Katrin Jones by an absolute country mile.
Yeah, it'll take something special to beat that, to be honest. And like I say, I think, you know, maybe an attack teams should stop looking to use.
You know, they're both down at Exeter. Yeah. We've got Ben Grinter playing for Nottingham Trent University.
Yeah, big up Ben.
Big up Ben. There's Northwest. The defensive moment of the competition so far as well, which went a little bit viral on Instagram.
Teams, you know, especially some of the older, more experienced touch players who are coming towards the end of their time at university, the transition is going to be brilliant, and it bodes well for the future.
Also,
and you know, you spend a couple of years under him, you're going to improve in any respect of touch.
And indeed, they won the first cup competition in this year's in the national.
You know, rolling into their transition a little bit better. If they can get a nice scoop, I think they've got maybe 1 touch to play with now. Yeah, you've got a scoop. Yeah, he's offside. Play on.
No, he's not bad.
He's all right.
But this time, both of the teams have held out, and it's remained tied at 2-2.
Oh, go on. Good feet. Good feet. Yeah, see that's what you need. But then when you make that line break, you've got to have support there. So then if all goes wrong, you can just take that dump and continue on that really smooth transition. Just stopping there is given. Oh, that's really nice. Can he go long? Oh, look. I think, you know, those long balls, especially in this weather. You know, if I was playing here with crew and I was telling my team, stop throwing long, but you scoop through. That's a really good hole. Lovely. 5-foot whack off the turf, goes left to get away from their shadowing defender. That's good feet though. Unlucky.
Cameron Barford there with the score, number 9. So you can keep your footing. You can't do that with touch. The only thing you can do is say to go from trail boots or Astro boots up to having mouldies, but that is it in terms of the rule of the game. And as you say, we're already starting to see in both attack search there with the dive. It's great diving weather though, isn't it?
Oh, this is perfect. Ben Grinter will be licking his lips. He loves this weather. You're not going to get horrible grass stains or burns. Lovely ball, lovely score.
Out wide, and everybody just steps in, and it's just opened that space out on the wing, and fantastic. We've seen handling on both sides of the wing now for Cardiff to finish things off. That's some textbook wing play. So anybody who thinks, oh, I'm just stuck out on the wing, I'm not going to get involved.
Have good hands.
Oh, this time it's gone forward. I know it's a late pass given by Mike Davis, so you can't pass the ball after you've been touched. And that would have drifted forward anyway because of the wind, even though the ball would have gone backwards. But Breathless, we saw that combination tie things up for Cardiff, and it nearly took the lead there, that, as I say, that combination between Breathless and either way becomes crucial, and it looks like this is going to be decided by the odd try. And Cardiff now have got another fresh set of 6. You've got to keep moving forward when you're in that red zone, in that Mexican standoff. As long as you're moving forward at a reasonable...
That's lovely. It's going to play really tight again. And then Stefan just kicks out. Although
That's Oscar Healy, it was number 19, who I'm going to go by the process of... No, it's Yohan Sexton. So 14 Wales caps, was trying to milk a touch out of the referee there, but there was absolutely no... fooling
and getting off the line in defence. Both teams are doing one and not doing the other, and they've both turned over scores.
Yeah, we saw Ben Jackson get skinned in the short range by Oscar Healy in the first half, and Healy's done exactly the same thing in the second. And now a minute to play, and Edinburgh,
and you'll buy it.
Cameron Barford. Absolute, take a bow with that. We have seen some serious skill.
Bang, bang.
He has been Cardiff, one of Cardiff's linchpins throughout this game, and he has come up absolute trumps to win it for Cardiff after the hooter did actually, and Cardiff begin the defence of their plate.
Tries. If that sets the tone, amazing.
Joe,
we'll be here all day.
We are going to be here all day. We are here through the morning. Comes up, it's games every half hour, so a quick roundup of what's coming up next. We go to the Cup.
Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face.
How much I care about the threes, even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised, so 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us!
Got some big shoes to fill. This was an insane start to the day, as we saw. Oh, it's a really nice sweeper play coming round. Look at the dive for the line. Ref going to give it. Beautiful.
On just over 400 players here today, it's there's always a lot of fires to put out.
Oh, of course, of course. And as we've seen from today, it's a pretty breathless morning. And the action is continuing. 2 turnovers there in the middle touch. We're going to see fast transitions, slick turnovers. Although there's another error.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, maybe a slick floor, I should have said. But you know, the turf is really, really bitty today. It's quite loose underfoot. You know, when you've got players in your side that have experience at higher levels of touch, this is what happens. You see a much more smooth transition, and they've gone for the scoop.
Jasper Williams looking for it. He's got to find that pass.
Oh, brilliant work! So quickly that it's probably not the right option. That experience and that patience just to be, okay, that's a risky pass. Although Durham trying to return the favour.
Unlucky there. Good vision there.
This is the more sensible option. That's a really good shoot there from Link.
Yeah, Loughborough very good when it comes to ball skills. Hands are always quite solid. And they play the structured play well, but Durham now on.
You are half, you cannot get touched or score as half, which is why that turnover's been made, just in case anyone is a little bit confused as to why that's happened there.
Good meters that from Durham.
And maybe we're seeing a little bit of it here again, was Middle's just not getting off that line. It's a really nice sweeper play, looks to dive for the line. Brilliant score, and 2 up.
Durham, you can see they're slightly unhappy about that because they believed they got the touch in first, but of course the positional dive, watch this.
It's just not quite going their way.
Yes, I think the audience are probably hearing the wind on our microphones at the moment. So the teams, unfortunately, are just having to keep that ball tight in hand, and Loughborough are doing that quite well. They evidently can do this driving move very, very well, very structured, and Brad Murphy, again, making some great meters for Loughborough.
Yeah.
So we got Connor Coughley looking wide, but actually it's Tom Hackett again looking for the setup.
No.
Is going to be given 6 more. So again, if you're new to touch, you're a defender and you knock the ball down like that, no such thing as a deliberate knock-on as you might see in other forms of rugby.
Force a Link to make a touch, but Loughborough really putting them to the sword. That's a really good diving score.
Wonderful, wonderful. This pod from Loughborough again, very strong. You can see it's quite soft underfoot. We have had a lot of...
And they are executing the variations off that platform perfectly. We've seen sweeper inside, sweeper outside. We then saw the dummy with the bounce on the outside there, getting outside of their link. You know, Loughborough really putting on an attacking clinic here, and it's still...
They're looking for the sweep. He's coming there. George Garris on the ball. Ebe Igwe looking for the dive. It's a good pass. Unlucky though.
Yeah, it's a good setup again. We see
it's 5th touch, and what's happening there is Durham are attempting to make touches 1 metre before they've made that offside line, at which point, was that a loss of control there?
The ball. It's very transparent. They overload this short side because they've all defended. That's Hooter gone, but I think it's going to be turnover for off the mark.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So we
Loughborough
will play this. They will play this. We've been able to talk about Loughborough in that 7 metre in the strike zone, and they've had those opportunities. We haven't really seen Durham down there yet, and the reason being is just their discipline, just doing the final little bits right, and I'm sure that's what's going to be going on in their sub-box at the moment. Because when they do get on the ball, and I'm sure when they get an opportunity to be down there, they will be able to set something up, but it's about getting down there in the first place.
Keep the error count to an absolute minimum as they are. I think they'll coast through the rest of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-0 up at half-time in a 20-minute game does play to your advantage, but of course, you never know what's going to happen on that front. So we'll see.
I think as a coach, I'd be saying I'd rather penalties in the midfield than repeat sets on my line.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We can already see Durham here wanting to get on that ball. They're going to get going in this space now. So it's a good tight pod here, Durham. We've got very...
To go, you need 2 scores. It is doable, and I think if they can set the tone and really make them pay. But again, if you look at the Loughborough defence, about wingers being probably the most specialised position on the pitch, because you've got to be able to read those moments. So
Brad Murphy underneath him, Jasper Williams looking for a long ball. It's going to go.
Oh,
it's going to be given. What a score! Lovely.
What a pill. What an absolute pill. We were talking about the wind. He just went, no, what wind?
Right. Let's see what Durham have got then. Sweeper play coming round now. It's good pace.
He's got wheels.
Cameron Herring. Well read by Loughborough.
I just think for Durham, they've got to move these middles of Loughborough more. Move the ball around. I know it's windy. I know it's starting to rain a little bit. It's a little bit wet. You know, it's killing Durham's press. Because if someone's moving at you so fast, I think this is a lot better. Can they kick on the outside? Loughborough go. Oh, look in, you can hear the shouts from the Durham sub-box saying, come on, we've got to get off this line, we've got to put the press on, we can't let them run or take confidence from that. And from your time reffing, you'll know if you're getting off that line and advancing, you paint the right pictures for the referees to make the decisions in your favour.
Absolutely, positive play on that front. You're always looking at the feet. A fake play to the box, just come on. Look where he starts. We said in the captain's briefing, you know, just build it up through the day. Build it up. That's not what's happening now.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not. You know, I was about to say about... Nice setup, 32 short coming. Kicks to the short side, 2-on-1. Great feet. Ooh, if that's down, that's a phenomenal dive.
Yeah, let's have a look. Lydia Ticehurst again. people is they've pushed Loughborough as far away from their own sub-BUCS as possible. So if Loughborough want to go to the box here now, they're going to have to work hard to move that ball.
Oh, that's a really good midfield dump in their transition. You do just want to, you know, maybe try some things that you're saving for later on in the tournament if the weather chills out a little bit. So yeah, you know, especially, you know, from a coach's perspective, you look at this sort of...
Find a pass though, he's got to find... That looks good. Let's see what the referees are going to say to one another.
Might be a diving touch. Might be a diving touch.
That is a hips not square. Again, those of you new to touch, when you dump the ball, your hips must be perpendicular to the sidelines. And sometimes we see when players are going to the box to try and get a bit of an advantage, they won't square up, which is why the turnover balls happen there.
Yeah, definitely. And that comes from Durham.
Come on, Jouet!
Let them play. It's about the enjoyment of the game.
That was definitely said with my Let's Play hat on, not my referee hat on.
Yeah, you've got a foot on.
They're walking off as they tried to come to the box. Poor guys, unfortunately, but it's a good vision that from Loughborough.
Yeah, and it comes from recycling the play down the wing. She didn't.
Yeah, it was great play from Loughborough. They just to score. Durham certainly going through the day will want to clean up their discipline a bit more. Maybe gave away too many penalties, and also it's just the urgency in both attack and defence. But it's going to be a long day for some good reads of the play. As I say, all they need to do is give themselves those opportunities, and I'm sure some more scores will come.
Yeah, perfect. And I think we'll see plenty more.
That way they won't be able to get all that space.
Get right on, get! Moderation South Detroit! Took the midnight train going anywhere.
Exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
In, but the touch is certainly keeping us warm. So as we say, we've got Bristol versus Birmingham. You know, two teams with a lot of conventional touch players. We play an NTS, DTS, one of them on the ball here. Ben, open up the day.
Yeah, very good score there by Birmingham. I think for me,
League, union players, having those really experienced females, especially in at the link, is invaluable.
Good dive there, down at the other end.
What a score coming in, Will Sargent.
Line attack as well for them to make a decision there and then. And as soon as that middle referee makes their decision, I think...
Stop it! What a score! What a score! Out the
Lily
back,
Williams?
rocket! Oh my word! Look at this, just engages, takes it to the line. From me, you know, not going to track, not going to have my inside ready. Nope, she's experienced enough to know, always got to stay alive, that hole is always open. Absolutely frantic, both teams trying to put the other one on the back foot, but again, we've got experienced players on both sides of the pitch. This is not going to be an easy walkover for us.
great touch there. Just stop that run through.
Games at Nationals, and I was incredibly impressed by the skills. Great shot by the
read
winger.
there by Birmingham.
Or forward pass given by the referee.
It's quite difficult in these conditions.
Yeah, and you know, a forward passing touch in general, it seems like Bristol are just defending really solid. They're moving as a line, not presenting any holes.
Yeah, I was just about to say Bristol's defence they kind of make a touch, get straight back up. One of my first NTSs.
Yeah, she is a stalwart of the ref squad.
Great pressure there from
Yeah,
Bristol.
you know, I've got to applaud Bristol's defence. It has been aggressive.
Birmingham may have gone early.
Yeah, really nice play. Sweeper coming round.
Oh.
Really nice setup. Really nice setup from Bristol. They'd engaged both of the middles. Both the middles came up, engaged in the touch. Unfortunately, just a little bit of a hand. It's a hips not square. It's the same with off the mark.
Yeah.
You know, once one gets called, you've got to fix it up, because now I think off for 90% of this half a touch, you still own better transition. You know, coming up to half time now. Hooter goes. They've got to make something happen here. Touch is made. That's half time.
Intensity.
Yeah, definitely. I think going into half time, I think the messages for both teams will just be relax a little bit. Bristol just needs to chill out a little bit in attack. Maybe set up some more concrete structure.
Force that a bit. And again, that's making that final pass, that finish a bit scrappy. That's where Birmingham can kind of recover. In Birmingham's kind of eyes, I think keeping the ball safe should be maybe their priority coming out of this half-time. And like maybe just aiming to get into their half.
How would you, in your experience, cope with it? Would you change anything, or would you just slow things down a little bit?
I think with Bristol,
They're in 2-1 up. I think they can afford to be a little bit more patient in attack, especially in this sort of situation. You've got tap off, you're really dominant. If you can get a score here, and you could just see as the ball's going to ground, the separation between ball and hand. And Theo knows what he's looking. Side call. I've seen a lot of those today, of middles and links getting stuck in the mud a little bit, not retreating the full 7.
It's quite sticky out there.
Yeah. Check the replay. Birmingham look a little bit confused.
I look a bit upset by that one.
Yeah, but for me, it's a by individual brilliance. He was like, okay, I don't need anyone else, pal. Straight from tap off. They take a nice clean, and that's exactly what Birmingham needed. They bring the deficit back down to 1 score in it. That's a more positive start.
Yeah, definitely. I think Bristol, as we say, refs are looking for it now, getting a lot stricter with it.
Yeah, and we see a couple get called, and then they all start to get called. You make one mistake.
Good scramble defence there by Birmingham. Bristol, sorry.
Yeah, Birmingham just need to put the pressure on here. You got maybe a touch to play with, maybe 2 at a push, but you want to strike. Touch jargon for you. For someone like Ben Greer, who's a very experienced player, maybe looking for something like a link punish to get on the outside, maybe a doggies, which is a sweeper that goes to the short side, trying to get on the outside of the link.
Can't really do that.
Absolute athleticism on display. On display. And I think recently, over the past 2 or 3 years, the level of competitiveness in the women's game has increased tenfold.
Yeah.
Everyone is pushing each other to. You are gonna succeed.
Yeah, definitely. I think also it's pushing all of us girls to kind of be better as well.
Yeah.
Nationals last year was probably the highest standard. I think my heart was in my mouth for the majority of that game.
Ben Greer trying to get some go forward back into this Birmingham side. The game's
the experienced players to not panic. I think the less experienced may panic a bit, be like, why is it working? And that's when having someone calm in the box, like we have Dom. I'm absolutely
tendency forcing a couple midfield mistakes. Birmingham need a score. 2 minutes to
relax, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit complacent in their attack. Yeah, get him out, big boy. Yeah, someone on the side flexing the guns. Great score. Well happy with himself. He'll love that. Oh, Bristol.
Bristol just playing with Birmingham's line D.
Yeah, Lloyd Dafford on the ball.
Lily Williams bossing it in there. Oh.
Penalty given.
Is that dropping early?
Penalty given. James Robinson wants the ball.
I don't have time to be messing around here. 40 seconds.
They need to go. I think they're going to look to go James's side. Number 8, James Robinson in position. They go. They look to go wide. Oh!
Great shot there by
That's
Lily
5th.
Williams.
They're going to have one more opportunity. Can they go around the outside? Really nice deep ball. Covering touch there. And that will be all she wrote. It will finish 3-all.
Great scramble at the end there by Bristol.
Bristol in the ascendancy. Both teams in either half, 2-1. Bristol in the first half, Birmingham in the second half. I think that's about as even as you can see it.
Yeah, I think that was quite a up and down game. Both teams kind of taking the reins at different points there.
And that will conclude.
In the midfield, getting up, not letting Birmingham in, and just things like that. I think maybe towards the end, maybe just tired themselves out a bit.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think we saw the change in the error count. Birmingham forcing mistakes out of Bristol, and like. Hello and welcome back to Nottingham Riverside Complex. 4th game of the day in the University Touch Championships. Got 2 big guns, absolute big guns in Nottingham Trent versus Bath. Just looking down the Nottingham Trent line-up, Ben Grinter, Jake Morris. 2 absolutely experienced players for Northwest. Lucy Norburn, Isabel Pennicard. The list goes on. Keris Godwin. Some absolute experienced players here for Nottingham Trent, and Ben Grinter on the ball. Jake Morris carrying. Ben Grinter goes for the dive. That's easy. Oh, thought that was ball down. Great covering touch there from Bath. And as we go down the Bath lineup, Danny Tyson, Ella Halsall. Two very, very good teams coming up. Although early penalty given to Notts Trent. This is really good momentum for them. Number 4 on the ball at the moment, Archie Shaw, passing off to Jake Morris. Ben Grinter taking the ball in, kicks out. Ben Grinter looks for the ball, link chopping the hole. Touch given first. Really good attack, but matched by an equally impressive defence. Jake Morris looking to go through. Another brilliant touch. Bath defending their line frantically. This is an incredibly breathless start to this game. Jake Morris takes the ball, steps on the outside. Ben Grinter looks left, goes right, goes for a long ball, looping in the air. Really well recycled. Ball away, feed off. Oh, some Jouet touch to start us off in this 4th game. Bath on the transition, looking to go forward. And I'm joined. Sorry, I've not had a moment to introduce on my co-commentary for this game. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Kate, playing for Nottingham here today. Used to be, I'm an old has-been now, used to be an England player, but now I just pootle around on the Nottingham touch team. Some really good touch being displayed today. Absolute class acts in both.
Testify to it.
Yep.
That we've seen all morning is the team that has the smoother transition gets in the ascendancy.
Yeah, absolutely.
How congruent is that throughout all of touch?
Yeah, the transition coming on is absolutely critical. Like, that is where you get that momentum coming onto the ball, setting up that really sturdy platform for getting a scoop through is really important, and having good numbers coming on and off and getting that intensity just right is really important.
Yeah, and as we see Bath trying to roll into their attack, this is fit. They got one opportunity, really well stopping the momentum of Notts Trent. So far, Bath probably considered maybe a little bit of an underdog with the personnel that Notts Trent have, defending really well.
Yeah, they're not making it easy for Nottingham Trent, absolutely. Bath are putting them under pressure, and that first D-set on their line was incredibly impressive, stepping up off that line. That's really important in that situation when people are coming at you, diving like Ben Grinter was. Like, you know, he's not making it easy for him.
The Northwest is a very accomplished player, dumps the ball, takes it out, engages the line. No touch was made. I think Jake thought it was made. Offside call given by the referee. Always got to stay alive.
That's really good listening there, listening to what the ref's telling you, reacting to it. Definitely important.
Ben Grinter comes storming onto the pitch. He only wants to attack. Takes the dump, splits left, receives the ball back, 2 slips in the midfield. Think there could be an offside call given there. Just told to take the touch. Ben Grinter, I guarantee he's going to look to expose this link. As we've seen, he's really trying to go through the middle here. What we see a lot from Ben, and what he's been taught, especially at NQ under the tutelage of Ben Meakin, Gabe Pennington, is conditioning. Condition the middle.
Absolutely.
I suspect at some point we're going to see him take a dump on the link and split outside.
Yep.
Jake Morris goes the other way. Just needs to find the winger. Winger's in acres of space. Brilliant.
In the groundwork there. But now Bath have it back.
Yeah, I think for Bath, we've not seen them really test this Trent defence.
No.
I think when you have got the likes of Jake Morris and Ben Grinter on the pitch, it might, you know, you're going to struggle to attack against them because their knowledge of defence is impeccable. But when you've got this pod on for Notts Trent, this is when you want to attack it.
Yep.
This is when you want to be really testing your...
Airing there, then they're not making it easy for Bath just walking in through there. They're going to make them work for that.
Yeah, Will Lewis
looking
on
good,
the ball.
this defence.
Off to Danny. Really good shoot there from Notts Trent. They try and go around the outside. Mismatch on. Dive in the corner. That's 1-1.
What they're doing.
Yeah, I think it was Carissa Hurt going over. It's a really nice score. And again, if you're watching this all day, you might hear a couple of things being brought up a few times, but it's because it's important and it's relevant. It's that winger play to stay alive. It's so important. Ben Grinter tries to go around the outside. I think covering touch has just been made. He loves that. But get on the middle, bounce out, back your pace. He's got a really clean pair of heels. Spoken from someone who's been burnt by him many.
They've not made those 2 tries easy for Nottingham. They've had to be working hard for it. Yeah, and their driving's really good. It was just that, you know, those couple of tries for Trent, they've just finished off.
Yeah,
it's just slightly better.
Yeah.
But they are getting there. It'll be interesting to see Bath
and push this game right to the very end. I think, especially for Bath in attack, when the way that they get to that red zone needs to be a little bit cleaner.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, first couple of touches are quite slow.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit more hesitant. Like Nottingham, they seem to have that. Trent seem to have this quite structured approach to it. They're executing that sub move every time. It's quite seamless. Whereas
the 50 touch series, that will be the big thing.
Yeah.
Can you learn from it and can you improve for next year? And I think Bath have put themselves in a really good position to even improve now in this half time and then push this game right to the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is as well, like, you've got the talent in there. There's also quite a lot of talented girls playing in there as well. You know, you've got a couple of women's open players in the Nottingham team, and that all does feed down, and you know, they will all start to bounce off each other, the more experienced players and the sort of least experienced players. But like I say again, that is sort of the beauty of touch, the pace of it, and the pace at which you have to learn as well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Here we go.
I know my first competition was under 18s nationals.
Yeah.
That was a very, very
great
steep
tournament.
learning curve. Very steep learning curve. Found out very quickly, you can't bite on every ball because someone will intercept you and you'll look like an idiot.
Had you played league before?
No. Oh, we talk about setting tone. We talk about setting pace.
Here we go.
We're sat here chatting away. Bath get a score in the corner. Look like Sim expecting something a little bit more direct, but it's not coming. There's Ben Grinter throwing the ball out. Oh, unlucky.
That was unfortunate.
Unlucky. Kerry's Godwin just putting the ball down at the last minute. Put her hands up, says, my fault, but I think in this wind, you can be forgiven. Those sort of passes are hard at the best of times. In the peak of summer, calm day.
Yep.
It's not summer. It's not a calm day. It's very difficult for those wingers.
It will be sunny in a minute, I reckon, again, though.
Touch wood, I hope so.
It's been happening on and off. It might start raining again, though.
Bath now trying to engage, trying to get this transition flowing. 2-2. 2 minutes into the second half. Nice pick up. They look to go back on the inside.
Oh, that's a shame there.
Maybe. I don't think he knew the space he was in.
Yeah.
He could have carried and gone himself. I think he thought that the covering player was there. He didn't see that he was on the floor. Unlucky.
Unfortunate there. The transition on was looking a little bit smoother there for Bath though. Maybe still a little bit of hesitation, but it seemed to...
He's the experienced man. Just control it. He runs the counties. Oh, a slip on the line.
Lovely
Jake
dive.
doesn't need 2 options at that. Just take it and
Lovely.
dive. You know, when you're as long as Jake, you can dive from 7 meters out and still make it.
Yeah,
And you
see, I
saw it
can't really
there.
relate to that.
Neither can I. I've not got a big wingspan.
But yeah, absolutely. Just that getting low and getting it. And to be fair, the ground like this as well is cracking for it. It's great.
Perfect. It's perfect. We were talking just before our first game about the conditions on the floor and how perfect it is for diving. And
yeah.
you know, we've seen it so much from this Notts Trent side, just trying to dive at the feet, trying to force errors, and when someone's on the floor, that hole is there.
Oh, ball down there. That's unfortunate.
Just an unforced error,
Yeah.
alleviating the pressure for Trent.
Yeah, the thing is as well, the ball does get quite greasy in these kind of conditions as well. So it can be a little bit more tricky for keeping hold of it.
Give me the ball. That's what Bath are looking for right now. Someone just to get on, dictate the play, and start to really put it to Notts Trent. You know, you've got to remember, there's only a score in it. You know, 6 minutes to go, 4 minutes gone in this second half. Bath are well in it, and there we go. He's gone through. Clean pair of heels.
You manifested it for him. Beautiful.
Yeah, we love tight games. We love tight games. Number 32, Will Lewis, showing he's got gas to burn. Goes straight through the gap. Bit of a lazy defence there from Trent. Maybe they could have showed up a little bit. A bit of a skew whiff touch there from Grinter. And then as they go down that hole, it's just one pass on the outside. The other middle is not recovered.
Yeah,
and is still retreating.
Yeah, it's a foot race there a little bit, and Trent just got ever so slightly beat. Female link is staying out to make sure they're man on for their player and not quite shut in.
Yeah, and I think we all know someone's running backwards and someone else is running forwards. Only one winner in that race.
Yeah. Here we go. Looks like Trent have got another 6 on the line. One thing I think Bath potentially need to work on is giving away these extra 6s on the line.
What a hole.
Unfortunately.
Jake Morris, just so
Lovely.
lethargic. Oh, go on then, pal, have that ball. What a pass. Really good read there.
Lovely
Good
score.
offensive. We talk a lot about defensive reads, getting up and putting pressure on, but that's an offensive read. He's seen the player fly out to make the touch. Okay, I'll pump it, and then I'll go in behind you. Say no more.
Yep, absolutely. The hole just opened up there. You got the, I think it was the other middle, shutting in. The hole just opened up. The link is staying out there, and you're not sort of moving as a cohesive unit. The hole is always going to be there.
Yeah, some of us say you want to move on a shoestring as a defence.
Yep. Table football is always
table
the analogy
football.
I use, actually.
Yeah, when you start to create that separation as an attacker, whoa, it's easy pickings.
Oh, no.
That's just a lack of communication there from Bath. Just 2 people running 2 different things off the same platform.
Okay.
Almost always results in ball to ground.
We've got Sophie Lloyd starting off the drive there. She's subbing off. Go Trent's drive again.
Yeah.
They're looking really quite dangerous on this drive. I really like that they're using their girls as well to get them up that pitch.
It's so important. It's
so
so important.
Especially in mixed touch, like sort of having that cohesiveness between the players.
Bent round the back, round the world. Good feet. Good feet. He's still engaging. Goes for the dummy switch. If he got that ball away, someone just needs to take him away. Take him away. He's having too much fun out there. You're only 1 score up, pal. You've still got some work to do. Stop enjoying yourself so much.
Here we go. So Bath have got an opportunity to attack here, coming out of a red zone. So let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, and this is the area that I think Bath could do the most improvement. It's just that first touch needs to be quicker, needs to be faster. I understand that maybe you're trying to sub, but not all 5 players on the pitch sub at the same time. So you can afford to take that first touch a little bit more direct. Rely on, 1 or 2 other people, maybe do a 3-man drive for the first 2 touches, and then you can look to be more expansive. But that slow touch to get fresh legs on just alleviates all of the pressure off Nottingham, and they can sit back and go, okay, you take that 1 touch, I'll take this next one. And they can go up in single shooters and easily make touches.
Yeah, I think Nottingham, their defensive strategy as well, sort of those touches that they are putting in on the midfield as well, is really helping to hold Bath up a little bit. Like you've seen, sort of Ben did a really good example of it back then, sort of getting in there to hold up the players. It looks like
Yeah.
we've got Trent ball again.
Ben just slowing the game down there a little bit, showing his experience. We don't need. Oh, there we go. He slows it down and then speeds it up, but he's not that fast. Not compared to number 88, Danny Tyson. Danny Tyson ate the ground up in between them there, but Ben won't mind that. He will not mind that. He has an opportunity to attack at the line. Maybe he's going to look for a sweeper play. No, he's just going to jog off. Going to say, go on then, boys, you do it. Don't worry about it. And they do it.
Oh, lovely.
Oh.
Touch there.
Good defensive touch. Danny Tyson, 2 try-saving interventions in about 15 seconds. Not bad, account of yourself.
He's doing well.
Yeah, not bad, pal. Jake Morris on the ball, looks long. What a pill.
Oh,
unlucky. Unlucky.
That's a lovely ball there. Didn't think we were going to be seeing those long balls today on account of the wind, but here we go.
They've been everywhere. They've been everywhere. Some go to hand, some don't, but we love them all the more. That's a better transition there from Bath, but the anticipation of the touch, just let him down there a little bit. Touch comes from behind, he's not ready for it, he's not anticipating, and then it's a slow roll ball. Again, that's another slow roll ball. You can't help but think, if you can pass around these single shooters, you're going to find so much more space. You're going to be able to create a roll for the defence and then attack. But as it stands, they've got to scoop. They've got to scoop from far. That is always tough. Will Burton can only do so much.
Yeah, they're finishing off at the right area of the pitch there as well, so they're not making it easy for Trent. Like, they finished it off at that end. Trent have got the furthest possible place to go from there for subbing off now. This transition is looking a little bit slower for Trent, but we are into the last bit of the second half, so we'll let him off.
Well, although that's ball down, and Bath are going to have an opportunity to tie this up, and if they do, you can't help but feel that Notts Trent are going to be kicking themselves. As it stands though, Notts Trent still up, Bath attacking, trying to come through. Number 11, Will Burton, trying to forge a path. He's joined there by 23, Shoji Leach. What a name. What a name. You sound like a wrestler, my boy. That is insane. Notts Trent now have an opportunity just to kill it. That's final touch. That's a tad unnecessary. Puts his hand up and says, you're a bit too good, so I'll push you over. But Ben takes the win. All good. Notts Trent victorious. And I've got to say, we've spoken a lot about Ben Grinter. And I've got to say, he's just a Northwest compatriot. But I've got to say, players like Matt Howard, first year of touch. Superb.
In this first round, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You know the majority of people at the end of the day, final game comes up. Do we have to? So yeah, pacing yourself is so important. I think Notts Trent have done that perfectly. A nice 4-3 win, showed some good attacking prowess. Maybe could have been a little bit more alert in defence, but they'll take the win and they will not complain with that.
Yeah.
But for you, for Bath, positives for them to take into the rest of the day?
So positives, I mean, when they were getting up there, they were setting things up right. They were setting it up. It was just that last little bit of finishing off. Like, the basics, they've got them, they're there, the foundations are there. It's just sort of that last pass or that last getting up and making that touch. Their drive definitely needs maybe just a little bit of work, just them getting on, but like I say, the basics are there. And once they did get rolling, you know, they were picking through Trent's defence. So absolutely, and the couple of scoops that they had, that hammer that they set up was really lovely. And to be honest, some of their cover and defensive touches were absolutely cracking as well. So it was a good match to watch.
Yeah, completely agree. And I suppose for Notts Trent, they'll be looking to build on that as they go forward. To the rest of the game, to the rest of the day. Sorry, distracted by Chris Simon. Stop putting me off, pal. Do your job. Well, we will be back with you very shortly. Thank you very much for joining me on co-commentary.
Thank you for having me.
We'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. So just come up, if you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
up, Sarah, get Brad up, get
Toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! You work hard defense. Get onside early, have a turn around, okay? You're running quickies, you stay tight. Push out.
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got to miss sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, right? Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in, come on then.
Tight. Yeah, go on. Pressure.
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref.
Hooray!
And for Game 5, Cambridge, second time seeing Bristol Cobras. I'm joined today by the wonderful, and I've got to say that, Chris Simon. How are you?
Good, thanks, Joe. Good to be back up here.
Yeah, we did this a couple of times at Nationals. Bristol coming flying out the gate. Unlucky ball just goes to ground. But yeah, we did this a couple of times at Nationals. We saw some absolutely amazing games. A little bit of a different style of touch today. A little bit more blended with the traditional contact stuff. All the more entertaining, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
game they were up to, and then they took the foot off the gas and they just slowed down, and then Birmingham were able to come through. Game finished 3-3, and I think Bristol would have been a little bit disappointed with their performance. Something that I think they would have spoken about securing up is their decision making when in defence, because the opportunities that Birmingham had to score came from slight individual errors from the Bristol defence. How much of that do you think is down to the blend of experienced touch players and these new guys coming through? I think when you have new players coming up against people who've played for 5-6 years, that knowledge difference, that's the difference maker.
Yeah, I think it makes a phenomenal difference, and I think even within that, it's squad training week in, week out, and I know some of the unis have...
A lot of very experienced players who maybe just became a little bit complacent in the previous game, and I think they'll be looking at this one as an opportunity to really make a statement, saying, look, we know that you can defend, we know that you can score, but we can just do it a little bit better. But that being said, they're up against a very good Cambridge side, just looking, there's a couple of faces that I recognise straight away. Just trying to find, where is he on here? Where have you gone, pal? Where have you gone? Here we go. Yeah. I see it. Number 31, Juliet, mixed opens player. It's a final uni tournament, so she'll be imparting all of that wisdom on. You've got a couple of guys who play for Cambridge as well in the end. Really good scoop there from Bristol trying to get through, but the long arms, I think that's number 13, I believe. I don't think we've got all the name downs on your team sheet. We've not got all your numbers down, Cambridge. Sort it out. You're not going to get shout outs if you don't know who you are. I can't guess. We're not telepathic up here in the comms box. But Cambridge looking for their transition. It's a good dump under some bad conditions, but the foot just coming through and slipping. Positive turnover for Bristol.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there. I think in these conditions it's not easy. You've got to just take that little bit of extra time, a little bit more certainty in dumping the ball.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with Bristol, this is something that we saw a lot in the game against Birmingham, was they were forcing a lot of midfield errors in the first half, but then they were on the receiving end of it in the second half. It's a really nice wrap round the corner. He goes for the dive. For my money, that's ball down.
Touch gave sideline ref called that as a touch, I think. Then.
Oh, good touch. Good touch.
50-50
Good covering
call,
touch.
50-50 call.
Yeah.
You'd want that there as an attacker, wouldn't you? You'd want to be given that one.
Yeah, if I was on pitch, I'd be like, ref! Give me the score, please. Well, Bristol come back. A little bit of a slip on the line. They go long. Maybe just forcing it a little bit too much. Maybe just be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, maybe just even killing the ball down here and putting Cambridge under a little bit of pressure there. The teams are struggling a little bit to get out of their half, so I think Bristol here just need to put them into this. Yeah, let them get too far on that first two touches.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, we spoke again. If
the grounds is pretty soft, I think you'll be any repeat sets really. You want to close it out and try and score for a repeat set.
Yeah, and Bristol just stepped out. Sideline ref really confident with that call, so that'd be an easy turnover for Cambridge. Something that Emma Oliver was saying earlier when she was on was in times like this, ground isn't on your side, conditions aren't on your side. You take 10% off your speed.
Absolutely, particularly when you're going into that contact area. I think just take an extra moment, give yourself a little bit more time, just take more control, two hands on the ball for a little bit longer. You know, you don't let go until a bit later on.
Cambridge really starting to kick into gear now. Trying to move through the gears. They look to go expansive. Number 28, Amrit.
That's good D there. The middle shut up quickly.
Again, something that we've seen a lot from Bristol is the D is very impressive. Very impressive. She takes a little bit of a tumble there, but retains possession of the ball. Very nice work. And I think if Bristol can build on the game earlier from Birmingham, they'll be able to take the win here. And I think they will be disappointed with the overall result against Birmingham. But that's a really nice mismatch there. Oh, just that ball absolutely rocketed at his teammate from 2 yards away. Bounced off the chest.
I don't think he had a chance then.
Nah.
Going back to just calming down. What you're saying, what Emma said earlier on, and actually that was an example there of just chill a little bit.
Yeah, just take that touch. Take that touch. You made all that ground. You've got a touch to play with. Just take it. Just take it. Although, to take a little bit of a breath. Calm down a little bit. Get more structure built back into your attack. When you play at this pace with no structure, it is so taxing on your lungs and legs that it's not realistic to carry through for the rest of the tournament.
It isn't absolutely. I think I'm just looking down into the Cambridge box, and I think I'm right, Joe, but I can't see any female subs down there, which means those three girls are going to be working hard all day, and I'm not sure what that was like earlier on.
Yeah, I think it's also been spotted by Bristol because they are absolutely blitzing this side of the pitch with the two females, and then they work the open side. There's a 3-on-1. Ball just goes down. You've got to think if that sticks, it's a certain score in the corner. But Cambridge offside, Bristol get another set of 6. They were very clinical in the game against Birmingham in situations like this. Can they repeat it?
I was just about to say, he's pulled the middle in there, but I'd be running against this female link on this side.
And there's just a little bit of inexperience creeping in, just passing the ball when you didn't need to. Although they're going to get another penalty for offside, Bristol just need to calm down. I spoke with Emma Oliver earlier about in these sort of situations where, you know, you want to be targeting links, but you maybe don't know how. Oh, amazing ball, amazing score, perfect. 1-0 Bristol. They fake to go to the female side. They kick back home to the male side. Maybe the males were just covering a little bit too much. It left too much space out on that open side. Really, it was an absolute stalemate. And then Bristol, we thought we were going to go into half-time, 1-0 up. Very good. You just went, don't fancy losing today.
Yeah, I think it's back to what you said about Bristol defence earlier on, and mid-link there didn't pull a corner at all. Left a nice big gap in between them, and just the gap opened for Harry, and he went.
Yeah, and I think that's the experience on show. You see the gap, and you just go for it. He understands that if he gives that ball to the outside, it's an easy covering touch in the corner. If he goes back on the inside, his middle isn't there. So their only option really is to carry on driving. And if you get the touch, you take the dump, and then that gives you an attacking platform.
Slowed down that Cambridge drive, which is looking pretty strong into towards the box.
Yeah.
I think that's fifth come in, is it?
And if you think that these 20-minute games is a nine-man squad is easy, it's certainly not. And Harry Goodhue's trying to show that he can do it. Unfortunately, I think the touch has just been called. He might get done for touch and pass there, but it's promising for Cambridge. Unfortunately, fifth touch was made before halfway, which is not good, but they were still able to put pressure on. They were still able to stretch the defence. You can't help but feel that if they can piece some things together, they're going to be in control. And I think that, I think they've got away with one again.
Yeah. I think he popped that down on his own foot, didn't he?
Yeah, so do I.
But yeah, that's it happens, doesn't it, in this game?
Yeah. They need to make it pray though. Bristol going back to that short side. Ball sticks this time, fed back inside. Nice recycle, but Harry Goodhue shows his experience getting out of the line, shutting it down, putting pressure on. They go back to the short side. There's a 2-on-1.
That's good D from Harry. Both of those, he put them under pressure.
2 try-saving interventions in 60 seconds from Harry Goodhue, really showing his experience, saying, I'm not willing to taste defeat today on this live stream. And he is lugging it off.
He is. I mean, he looks a little bit tough. I think if I was Bristol, I'd be driving hard at Harry, getting him working in the midfield a little bit.
Definitely.
And then when he gets to the line, I'd be moving it away from him, I think, because that's where, he's a strong line defender. Yeah,
he's a superb defender, you know. That's why he's played at Saxons for so long now. He's a very strong defender. Really well, really knowledgeable, really well versed. And I think maybe that's the bit of a difference maker at the moment between Bristol and Cambridge. Cambridge have a few players who've been here before, know how to perform with a light squad, know how to save themselves and know when to really exert themselves. And I think Bristol are just maybe being a little bit complacent and just thinking at some point this try's going to come. But we're coming up to halfway through the second half and it's not come yet. They look open. Really good decision there from the wing not to bite on
good read. It's your instinct is to go for that ball, isn't it?
Yeah, you see so many wingers go for it and drop it. And they go, oh, it's our ball. No, 6 more. Oh, no. And you can just let it go to floor. Easy turnover. And our Cambridge have got the transition again. It's much better work there from Cambridge. But I think it's just been given maybe hips not square or touch pass.
I think a touch pass what they've called. Yeah, it is. Unlucky one of those, just marginal decisions, but they're a lot closer than we are out there.
Yeah. Now, Cambridge haven't been able to sub. This pod has already defended a set. This is the opportunity now for Bristol. They go, yes, they go short side. Lovely hammer set up. Just comes back against the grain. Mid on the floor. Turf just gave away underneath him. Bristol take the lead.
Fairly straightforward play, but just ran really well, ran hard. Got on the outside of that middle. He didn't really pull at all, did he?
Yeah, I think that, and again, in days like today, that's going to be the difference maker. Can you run things with conviction? Can you run things hard? Can you force the defence to make a decision? And that's exactly what Bristol did there. They find the win in that instance. Cambridge still only 1 score down on the attack now. Harry Goodhue, tell me, give me that ball. Going to run a 32 short. Unlucky, just slipped at the final moment. Looked like he'd isolated that middle really well.
Did. I mean, yeah, similar play from down here where Bristol scored off it and just not quite executed as well.
Winger just a little bit out of position there. Harry looking for the tip on, trying to find extra space. Unfortunately, just doesn't quite happen there. Bristol in their transition. Looking to make ground, but it's good defence by Cambridge. Really good swiping touch there, and well done to take it back to the mark. The ref was hot on ready to ping that. Bristol advancing. Really, really good drive through the middle, but it's just been given over the mark. Unfortunate there for Bristol. Looked like they had the roll on against Cambridge.
Yeah, they did. They had a good driving play. They're big frustrated with the outcome of that one.
Yeah, Lily Williams just taking it right up the middle. Really positive play, and we've spoken a little bit on comms today about the importance of the women in the mixed game and how influential they can be to a game. And I think it's more about their knowledge and athleticism than it is, like speed and power and how far you can pass a ball. The knowledge is exceptional.
It is exceptional, and you just saw there, Cambridge actually just out of the blue, no pun intended. Just managed to get one over. I think the middle was called offside. They played heads up touch and saw the position. I think here you'll see from this the middle I think was offside coming in, and he just said play on. Yeah, he never made the line.
Yeah, never made the line. Really good heads up play there. Number 23, Ben Reynolds. We've got your number down. You can get the shout out. Really good score. Good heads up rugby.
Absolutely, and Bristol again. Yeah, they'll be looking to score from this.
Oh, good ball. Great hands. Great score. Finally, it sticks in that corner. 3-2. Bristol take the lead.
Yeah, good score. She's been unlucky with a couple of balls that have gone over her head, thrown away, and that was a great hands to hold on to that.
Horrible conditions as well. If you're a winger, you know, long ball's going to be thrown at you from 30 yards away, and in the wind and in the rain, with a turf that is really not that secure. It's a really good feed. Almost goes through the legs, but she was like, no. It's my third bite at the cherry. I'm making it stick.
I'd be interested to chat to Bristol and whether they've put their strongest winger with the hands out on that side to receive the right-handed pass.
Oh, lovely play, lovely continuity. Looks to feed back inside, gets the 6 more. Really good play there from Cambridge. If they can sneak another one in here. 90 seconds left. Is he over? Oh, touch given.
Yeah, I think that's a touch. Good call.
Yeah, really good defence there from Bristol. Bristol just looking to see this one out. If they can see this one out, you can't help but feel like they could see out the rest of the game with one possession. They look to go open, come back to blind. Oh.
Thanks, matey. I thought Juliet was in then.
Close. Thought that was it then. Minute left. Cambridge look to come open side. Need to set something up. They go for the short. Harry Goodhue looks to feed the wrap. Dummy! 6 more, almost superb.
That was close, wasn't it? That almost went underneath that middle's hand.
Yeah, they'll have another couple opportunities here. 45 seconds left. Harry on the wrap round. Looks to go wide, looks to go inside, looks to get the dive down. Looks like ref might give it. No, touch given. Harry's starting to warm up here. Again, short, trying to hit it again. Might go open side now. Oh, and the ball just goes to ground.
You can see the despair in Harry's face there. He knew that. I think he was trying to dummy that and hold on to the ball.
Yeah. So really unlucky, and with 15 seconds to go, I think that will be all she wrote for Cambridge. A really good account of themselves with 9 players against a really strong and large Bristol squad. Bristol just come in, hoping to finish with a flourish. They look to come open side, look to put the burners on, but they will accept the touch there. Really solid game, and you can't help but feel like if Cambridge just had a bit more numbers, could have taken them.
Yeah, I think so. And right at the end there, I think had Bristol conceded, they would have been gutted. I think Bristol looked probably slightly the more likely team to win. I wouldn't say stronger, but slightly likely to win. I think they left 2 or 3 scores out. They probably could have had them. Whereas Cambridge had the chance to equalise at the end, and it was a little bit unfortunate from their side.
Yeah, and I think, again, we've seen Bristol twice, and it does seem that a little bit of complacency does sneak into their defence, because their first try for Cambridge was just someone running straight. That's all it was, and it was just a middle being caught in a position where he shouldn't have been, and then Harry was able to go through. Second try, middle offside, bloke runs straight, score again. If Bristol want to make it deep, I think they've got to become a little bit sharper in defence. Get that pre-touch better, because then that makes your exit line so much easier.
Yeah, I completely agree. They're pre-touch, and I think the other thing, I'd love to know what their comms, you obviously can't hear it up here, but I'd love to know what their comms are like. And you go back to the importance of the women's players in the mixed sport, and their comms are often better than the boys, and I think that's so important.
1,000,000%. I can tell you firsthand, it's a lot easier playing mixed, because you know that female outside of you is going to be screaming instructions at you for the entire time that you're on that pitch, and that level of communication, especially in D, just allows people to pick and choose when they go and make touches. Single people can go and make touches. What we saw maybe a little bit too much from Bristol was 2 players getting engaged in the same touch, allowing space either side of them. Unfortunately, I think Cambridge just didn't just didn't quite have the legs. They've got the quality, but they didn't quite have the legs to make it count.
They didn't, and I think, yeah, again, if I was coming up against Cambridge in another game, I'd be getting our wings, pushing our links and middles in, and I'd be playing really tight in any defensive line, forcing Cambridge to run around the outside, and then make them use their legs a little bit.
I completely agree. And we're going to roll through the day. We're going to take a very quick break for 5 minutes before our next game. Thank you very much, Chris Allen, for coming and giving my voice a little bit of a rest. It's going to be a long day of touch. I hope you stick with us.
Thanks, Joe.
Just a silly boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get them going.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now we're in it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Evans.
Tight, tight, tight!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Durham!
Act really casual.
Sure, at some point you'll get sick of hearing my voice, but tough luck, I'm here all day. We are here with the last game of the morning session before we have a half-an-hour break of games. Now you may know Man City's KDB, but I'm joined by our own. She's on co-pont. She was here earlier again. How are you doing?
I'm good, yeah, no, just had a cracking game.
Did you win?
We did, yeah, we did. We beat Trent. So, you know, a little bit of home rivalry.
Oh, yes.
Union versus Trent. And we've obviously got the ones on pitch one.
Yes, and this is set up to be an absolute cracker. We've got Notts Trent, who we saw earlier in a really, really well-run game, and Exeter, who have 4 teams here, shows the depth in their squad. And I'm just scrolling through all 4 of their squads to try and find their ones, because this is tipped up to be an insane matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Exeter, they're a massive touch club. It's great that they've got such a big club at the uni. It's brilliant, and obviously they've got their team in the NTS as well. Loads of talent in there.
Yeah, and Exeter as a university has produced so many teams, so many players. You know, someone I used to play with, Josh Bendel, who's a superb touch player, coming out of Exeter, sung very highly of his time there as they scoop through and they go for the corner. Number 31, Cole Graham, burning the Notts Trent defence. What a start, what a start.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Exeter. Wouldn't expect anything less, to be fair. Like I say, the quality. We actually have our very own Exeter convert in Nottingham who has instructed me to big them up massively during their game. But yeah, that was a lovely scoop through there. Lovely heads up play in there. Lovely finish.
Yeah, really good start there for Exeter. Did out the set and then went up the other end and scored. But there's Ben Grinter trying to get the ball down. I think that's going to get given touch first.
Yeah, looks like it. They're deliberating.
A little bit disgruntled at that decision.
Yeah.
But he's still got touches to play with. Early doors in the match. This is not sword and shield. This is sword and sword. Brilliant defensive touch there. Number 97, Matthew Johnston. Under 20s, England squad member. Brilliant player. And this is going to be a very feisty encounter, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so Exeter driving up at the moment. They all just look like they know what they're doing, where they're meant to be. Very well drilled as a squad.
Yeah, and if I'm just looking down this, as they try and go around the outside, the ref calls play on.
Lovely
there.
there.
Notts Trent are confused. Exeter aren't.
Not sure what the call was there that Trent aren't happy with.
No, we'll have a look here on the replay. It's a really good drive.
Might have been looking for a touch pass there. Maybe. That's the only thing I can see.
Yeah, it's a close one.
Yeah.
We'll defer to the ref's judgment.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's always a good cop out on comms. Here's Jake Morris on the ball, working in the middles. He might look for the counties, does look for the counties. Hole, not quite there, really well defended. And whilst we've got a minute to speak, I just want to run down this Exeter side. Amelia Rees, club captain, won Euros, Wales Mixed Open, not bad. Amelie Brown, under 20s for England. It's her first year playing touch. Enjoy that. And just enjoy that. Ben Lenori training for the England Men's Open. We've got here on our streets. And there's Ollie Brassington just going through the hole, finding his supporting player. Easy score. Sorry, that was not. I'm looking at the wrong one. Number 15, Tom Lawton Davis. My apologies, Tom. Goes straight through the gap, and that's a blistering start for Exeter. 3-0 up against a very strong Notts Trent side. And you've got to think for Notts Trent, relax, calm down. Early doors. Yes, Exeter have come out strong, but you've got the personnel to battle it, to go toe-to-toe with them. You just need to remain patient. 20-minute games.
Yeah.
We're 4 minutes in. We've got time.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Trent have just come off the back of a win as well.
Great option there. Unlucky. If that pass goes to hand, it's a brilliant score, but as it is, it's a missed opportunity. Notts Trent are going to get the penalty for offside. This is where Notts Trent need to put the pressure on. Start to turn the screw. Ben Grinter goes for the step.
Lovely.
I think it's going to be another offside call again. It was a good defensive touch, but don't think both feet had made that line.
I think Ben wanted the ball down there instead, but here we are.
Ben always wants the ball down. Here he is again. Really good shot there.
Lovely defence there from Exeter on the line.
Number 21, I don't think we've got your name down. An amazing shot there. If I had a name on the sheet, I'd be applauding it. As it stands, Ben Grinter trying to turn the screw, trying to get one back for Notts Trent. Looks for the middle setup. Lovely dummy, lovely scoop through.
Lovely score there.
Amazing score. Ben Grinter showing his experience. Just uses a different quickie setup, so he's the scooping player. Dummies the pass off, scoops through, dummies again. Easy score.
Absolutely.
If we just look at this replay, Ben gets in at half instead, looks to give, goose steps, kicks out, middles to 2 engaged, number 2 for Notts Trent.
Yeah, I think
Don Boyd.
that hard shot in there on Link didn't quite pay off in that situation. That allowed that gap to sort of open up a little bit there for Exeter, but we'll see what they can do now on the line.
Yeah, Notts Trent 3-1 down now, but are looking to find their feet in the match. Though Exeter have people who can do that. It's just a shame it's drifted forward out of the hand. The wind has died down slightly.
Yep, the sun is coming out.
Yeah,
we did have rain though
yeah.
about 10 minutes ago.
Yep.
So yeah, but that wind is still there. It's not very forgiving with those touch balls with those that long ball there, really.
It's a bit of a hard nudge there, but just to be in the spirit of the game, which is what we love to see. We love to see a bit of physicality and touch.
Yeah, absolutely, and in that area of the pitch as well, that's particularly important.
Yeah, that's where you want
as
that
your middles.
physicality.
Absolutely, it's just about doing it right and getting in, getting low.
Oh, Ben Grinter scoops, goes for the dummy switch.
We're having a little bit of deliberating here.
I'm unsure as to what the call is there. Looking for a signal from the ref. I don't see it. Penalty given to some extent, so a repeat set of 6. Lovely dump there from Ben.
See what Trent can do with this.
Was he offside? Yeah, great score. Ben Grinter understands the rules a little bit better than the Exeter middle there. Exeter middle should have just retreated and got onside. Instead, he stands still, and Ben goes, well, why would you give me that?
Really good heads-up playing there from Ben. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's just
Right
not on the
call there.
line.
Yep.
Just doesn't make the line. Number 16 from Exeter just caught about half a yard off the line, but half a yard is still half offside. Oh, really nice tap move.
Lovely.
That's straight out of the playbook. Superb, and that's the benefit of having regular training. Massive squad to pick from. You can draft up moves like that.
That was a lovely flowing play from Exeter there. One thing on the ball, sort of those dynamic moves from Exeter really lends itself to their style of playing and the way they're playing together. So yeah, that was lovely.
Yeah, it was really brilliant tap-off move, straight out of the playbook. That one's by design. They run really passive players, so there's 2 options for the ball carrier.
Yeah.
Which
and that makes it hard to defend as well.
Yeah, engages defenders in more ways than they would like to be.
Yeah.
You're then got to make a decision. If you make that decision too soon, ball carrier can make the other one. Ben Grinter looks to go around the outside. Oh, that's superb, but what a shot. Number 10, Amelie Rees. It says, yeah, you can do all that lovely stuff, but I'm just going to shut down on that ball carrier.
The Exeter female links are playing some really great defensive play here.
Yeah.
They're reading it really well.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to what we were saying earlier.
Training.
Yeah, training. Training and excellent females makes all the difference.
Absolutely.
The knowledge and the recognition to stay alive and make that shot there from Amelie Rees was superb.
Yeah.
It looked, for all money in the world, that was going to be a guaranteed score. As it stands, 4-2, Exeter coming on again. Ben Grinter makes a really nice touch, tries to get the ball back. Luke ain't giving the ball back.
Still trying to get the ball.
Still trying to get the ball back. Ben wants to get this game moving. Exeter trying to slow things down. Ben doesn't want to slow things down. Exeter have got to be careful in and around that ruck. Couple times now that foot in a ruck could have been called. Oh, yeah, that's a really good overlap exploited. Great feet. Number 22, Kieran Cook, ghosting through in a really good attacking position now. Hooter goes. Are they going to have time? Not quite. Whew. Breathless.
No.
Breathless. I need ice cream or something.
I know. Now the sun's come out again.
Yeah, superb touch on display.
Yeah, what a cracking
Superb
first
touch
half.
on display. What for you, after watching that, what's the difference maker at the moment? We've got two sides who are very experienced players, very new players. Yes, Exeter may have the benefit of continued training, consistency. They also have so many players who have experience at international level. Nottingham Trent have a few really special players, but maybe doesn't have as strong of a supporting cast around them. Do you think that's fair to say?
I think, I mean, I think Exeter just playing that little bit extra heads up, and like you say, that comes with the experience of, you know, playing out at those high levels. Like, you've got Welsh internationals in there, you've got England internationals at all sorts of levels as well, with the mix in the Women's Open, in the Men's Open, and that does make a real big difference. And like I said earlier, sort of that rolling, that dynamic play, Exeter really working hard to get Trent on the back foot, and they're just ever so slightly getting caught. They're sort of really hammering Trent as well, trying to get out of their own half. Whereas in the previous game, we saw Trent, they were sort of, you know, finding it quite easy and executing those moves to get out and to get that momentum. Exeter making that ever so slightly more difficult for them. So really for Trent, just about adapting and recognising that and moving forward and, you know, bringing out different players and changing up their sub move ever so slightly to adapt to that, and it's recognising it. But yeah, no, I think Exeter, they're just sort of playing off each other ever so slightly better. Bit more fluid, I'd like to say.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also a very clear game plan from Exeter that they want to frustrate Notts Trent. They really want to make things really hard for them, make them work as much as possible for their rewards. And I've got to say, at the moment, it's working.
Yep.
It's working. They're finding success. The difference in the two sub boxes is very evident. Notts Trent is very tight. A lot of talking from the senior players in that team. Probably not happy with the performance. Exeter, chilling.
They do look very chilled.
Yeah, just want
they do look
more of the same, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep that role in play, please, and thank you.
I wouldn't be surprised, talking from a Nottingham perspective, if we saw them change the pods up a little bit.
They may well do.
Get Jake Morris and Ben Grintmore at the same time.
They may well do. It might be a wise decision, just to change up their game plan ever so slightly. It is about adapting to it, and in these situations, especially when the games are so short, you've got to be able to adapt and adapt quickly.
And I think that's the big difference between tournaments like this with 10-minute halves and things like NTS and Nationals with 20-minute halves.
Absolutely.
20-minute halves, you can afford to take your time with making adjustments, but here you've got to do it on the fly. You've got to work on the fly. And it's got to be correct. If it's wrong, you don't have time to correct your errors.
And
really good. Oh, I love this tap-off move. It's straight out the England playbook. Tom Davis tries to go on the outside, really good covering touch from the winger, just shutting that play down. I think this will be fifth. They'll have one more attempt.
Yep. Maybe, who was it last?
Oh, lovely hands. Yeah,
I think that was last. There you go. Again, doing exactly the right thing. Same as what we saw with Bath, really.
Ooh, unforced error. Unforced error. Rolling the ball away. There's the fine line we speak about when trying to win the mind games, trying to frustrate your opposition. You can delay the touch. Oh, I think
they like that.
They do like it. They do like it. I'm less convinced. I think 4 straight arms in the chest is enough to do a little bit of a hard touch. We have seen some given and some not given on pitch 1. But that being said, Exeter, all of their hard work to force the turnover, then go make an unforced error, just trying to be a little bit too expansive. Can't help but feel like if Exeter just don't make errors, I know it's easier said than done, but if they keep the error count in this second half to a couple, a handful at a push, it should be comfortable for them.
Yeah, that's going to be key. And as with both teams, not making those sort of errors. It's those basics, making sure you're not giving away for a hard touch. Not getting the ball down properly. It's those basics that are going to win the team, because Trent are very much in this. Like, it is 4-2, but you know, they're more than, they may well be coming back.
Yeah, definitely.
And
And I
discipline is a big part of that.
Yeah, 100%. And oh, what a drive! Really good touch there from Ben Grinter, just making the touch. Referees disputing with it. Exeter achieving their game plan, which is breaking the game down into a little bit more of a fussy affair.
Yeah, they're not going to want to be running this at 100 miles an hour. They've quite happily got a 2-point lead. You know, they've got the rest of the afternoon to be playing. They don't need to be running at 100 miles an hour, whereas Trent are going to want to be getting it going.
Yeah, definitely.
Exeter are. They do appear to be controlling the pace.
Oh,
ever so slightly.
lovely. They snuck a player on there. Jake Morris crept on, but.
And we're going back the other way.
I think that's. I would say that's a tight call, to say the least.
Got Exeter ball again. Interesting to see what they do with this.
Lovely sub move. They really engage that that defence with the front runner, and then just passing out at the back gives that player so much time to make the right decision.
Yeah.
Nearly always does. And now they can look to go expansive. Really nice scoop there from Hoff. Good feed.
Lovely.
Great score. That'll be 5-2.
That was brilliant there. Absolutely great. Heads up rugby. That sub move was absolutely seamless. Straight in.
Yeah.
The gap with the middles just opened up there, unfortunately.
That's the difference of training.
Yep.
Training makes all of the difference, and you know it helps when you have a university as selfish as Exeter taking all of our touch players, 4 teams. Come on, spare some for the rest of us, please. It's a bit selfish, but. You know,
when
you're this successful, why not?
Exactly.
Why not? Why wouldn't people want to come to your university? And they're really demonstrating what you can do at university touch level, playing really well structured touch, using a lot of structures that we see at very high levels of touch, and it's working against a very experienced and what was a very dominant Notts Trent side.
Yeah, absolutely. The communication between the Exeter team, you can see it. You can see it in the box. It's very relaxed. They're very relaxed on the pitch, communicating with each other, and it is paying off.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Tom Wilson-Davies just caught half there. Notts Trent really putting the press on in midfield. They understand that they've only got about 6 minutes to work with, and they need to get another score as quick as possible for them to have a chance to turn this score around. Although unforced errors like that, they just take the opportunities away from you.
Yeah, ball down there, unfortunately. Otherwise, that drive was going really well, unfortunately. But yeah. Exeter ball again.
Yeah, Exeter enjoying themselves now, having a laugh and a joke in the sub box.
Brilliant heads up rugby there.
Yeah,
touch
really
rugby.
good strike dump. They've got a massive roll on. 6 touches.
It's just the little things that Exeter are doing, sort of that dummy, keeping their defenders honest, giving a bit of a dummy, or are they going to go through? It's keeping them really on their toes.
I think this is maybe more of a nuanced area, but something that I've seen whilst watching this game is when Exeter pass around shooters, the defensive player can't make both touches. The distance is too far. Notts Trent, the defending player can make both touches, and they're not finding the role through passing around the shooter. And then, you know, that's from a coach's perspective or a senior player's perspective in that box. You've got to notice that and say, stop doing it. Let's just get the ball down and go.
Exactly. That is the one thing with shooting in defence. You've got to have that communication there. You've got to get it right. If teams like this, teams like Exeter, they will exploit it.
Yeah, just as they've exploited the gap in that defence there. Right foot step, left foot step, fix the defender, use your pace, get on the outside. Exeter are running riot here.
They're having a great time.
They don't even look tired. They just look like they're right here with the mates.
Yep.
With the boys.
Bit of touch footy in the park.
Yeah, a bit of footy, mate.
I won't do an Australian accent.
Oh, go on. For the culture. I've got to say, for a little bit underwhelmed by the attack of Notts Trent. I think they've been frustrated very well, and the control in their attack is just
I think
lost.
In these kind of situations as well, it can be frustrating if the calls aren't going your way, but ultimately you've got to control the controllables, like find what you can control, like this.
Jake Morris, what a pill! What a pill, flat pill, right to left. Goes flat. I think it'll be very harsh if it's called forward. I mean, if the rest go in, then you... Oh, Oh.
Okay.
Offside call? Maybe play on? Maybe play on, give the score? Maybe play on, give the score?
We will leave the ref in
to the refs.
To the refs.
I will tell you, it's easier up here than it is down there.
Exactly, yeah, we can see everything,
Oh,
can't we?
oh, great score,
lovely dive.
great score, that's definitely ball. Oh, okay, I'll eat my words, no it's not.
Oh, no. Chris Simon giving his opinion.
Yeah.
We see you.
Yeah, I think to say Exeter have had the rub of the green in this game would be quite fair. For me, that was definitely ball down.
Yeah. But like I always say, it can be frustrating. At the end of the day, you can't control ref decisions.
No.
Notts Trent have just got to sort of step up to that and, you know, acknowledge, okay, fine, we can't control that, but what we can control is our basics and getting our shooting right in defence. And
yeah, I know there'll be a few people in the Northwest saying, in situations like this, you've got to do so well to not give the refs a decision.
Yeah.
If you can execute your moves to the best of your ability to not give the refs an option to say no,
yeah,
you guaranteed that score.
Yeah, make your life easier.
Yeah, in times like
Absolutely.
this where, for Nottingham, ref probably isn't on their side right now. You've got to go that extra yard. You've got to create that extra bit of separation just to give them no option. Jake Morris could have gone long,
Could have
but
gone long.
I've got a feeling next play.
Quite possibly.
Next
Might have
play.
called it.
I think we'll see 2 or 3 in the middle, and then Jake will bounce as half to the outside.
Oh, nice shot in there from the link.
1 in the middle. Come on, missed it, Joe. 90 seconds left. Have 3 more touches. Prove me right, Jake. Come on.
That Exeter mid defence is so strong.
Yeah, well, they're 2 incredibly solid players.
Yeah. Oh, ball down there, unfortunately.
Hole was there, but the defence from the Exeter link was superb to make sure there was no separation between her and the player to allow them to execute that hole that had appeared. And look at the Exeter transition, 3 touches into the own half. You've got, this is forthcoming now, so you take 1 and set up, or you could just scoop off the bat. He goes off the bat.
Oh, unfortunate there.
Ball just goes down at the last moment.
That is a shame. That was a lovely drive. That was absolutely
Superb
lovely.
transition. If you want to know how to get from defence to attack in about 5 seconds, that's how you do it. Exeter putting on a clinic.
We'll see what Trent do in the last sort of minute.
Yeah, good scoop there from Ben. Looks to take him on the outside. Good footwork. Passes off.
Fortunate there.
Ball maybe could have gone a quick transfer, but there just wasn't the togetherness in the Notts Trent team. I think that's the big difference. I think the difference in training and structures for Exeter just elevated them above what Notts Trent could compete with in this instance.
Yeah, that sort of fluidity in attack, really, like Exeter were getting Trent on the back foot, unfortunately. They're very well drilled as a squad. You can see that they've got their aims, they've got their goals, and they set out there and they execute them. And 9 times out of 10, they were executing it in that game.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, especially with the break coming up now, we've got half an hour, and then the evening matches kick in. These are the ones that count. And if you're Exeter, 6-2 win again, a very, very strong Notts Trent side.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that.
I mean, what better way could there be to go into the evening?
Absolutely, absolutely. And hopefully Trent will have taken some things from this game as well. They'll go away, sort of reassess, and sort of just that adapting to the play. But otherwise, a great game from both sides.
Yeah.
Really, it was a great game to watch.
Lots of positives for both teams. They'll both look forward to the afternoon. I think especially for Notts Trent, you do have a lot to build on. But that mountain isn't insurmountable.
Oh no, not at all.
They're easy fixes you can do in 45 minutes whilst on the side of a pitch.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Just need to slow things down in contact, create a bit more structure in attack. But I mean, the first 3 minutes from Exeter, 3 scores up. I mean, that is an insurmountable mountain to climb. And I just think that the knowledge and experience of Exeter just set them apart today.
yeah, just that ability to adapt and play off each other. But that does come with playing as a team as well throughout the tournament.
Training people.
Training.
Right,
Absolutely.
we have our lunch break. I can tell you I'm a very hungry boy. We'll be back in about half an hour. Katie, thank you for joining me.
No problem.
We will catch you guys in a bit.
So if you see them, sweep up, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your players, keep who's in your opposite position. Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad up, get Noah's on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! Look hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a silly boy. Born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in it.
the all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in, come on, Evan.
Tight. Eyes up, Dragon, pressure.
Cheers to Bristol with it! Hey! One for the ref with it! One for us!
And one for the ref.
Well done, video.
Go on, Darren!
Completely casual.
if you see them, sweep it, sweep off. Watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position. Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
1, 2, 3. Whiz! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Sarah, get right up, get low, on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
Work hard and defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, stay tight. Watch out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Hey, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
I think we need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get them right.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? No, win it.
All starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the link's enough to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
hands in, come on, let's
Tight! Eyes up, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref, hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Durham!
Act really casual.
you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
We'll be having rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position. Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
2, 3. Whiz! So just come up, if you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get right up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensively. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, okay? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a silly boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to know, be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
Those last 2 scores are exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down enough.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in.
The ball starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah, ready? Let's go.
Hands in, come on then.
Cheers to Bristol! We've hit! Hey! One for the ref! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
That was brilliant. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
It's rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
1, 2, 3. Whiz! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourself, okay? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, keep them away.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
hands in. Come on, Emma.
Tight, tight, tight! Hands up, Tim! Dragon, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us!
And one for the ref!
That was a video.
Go on, Durham!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep it, off. Watch the ball,
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position. Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, have each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a silly boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down enough.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in.
the ball starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Emerson.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tim! Yeah, good! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol, we've hit! Hey! One for the ref, we've hit! One for us! Woo!
I want for the rep! Go on, Darren!
Really casual.
So if you see them, sweep it, sweep up, watch the ball, watch the ball.
It's rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position. Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get right up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
Look like defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready? Quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Just a silly boy. Born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in it.
the all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on,
Tight, tight, tight. Eyes up, tight.
Cheers to Bristol with it. Hey, 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 hey. One for the ref, hey, one for us.
I want for the ref. Go on, Durham.
Acting really casual.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a very nice lunch break. Had a very nice burger. Feeling re-energized, ready for today, the afternoon finals footy. The games that matter. We start off with Cardiff Dragons versus Oxford. I reckon it's going to be an even game. I'm joined, as always. She's been a stalwart today. 3 times, maybe one more. I'm joined with Katie. How are you?
Hello, yes, I'm good. Excited for the afternoon.
Yeah, we're just getting a bit distracted there for Chris Simon doing a coffee run.
Yeah.
So, yeah, please.
Apologies.
Yeah, please bear with us on that. Need the energy as we start. So, Oxford on the ball, moving forward. Bit of a static setup, slip on the line, looking to go around the outside, just ball down. Good start from Cardiff.
Yep.
From Oxford.
We've got a lovely drive happening here.
We saw Cardiff earlier. Very, very nice win. Number 10, Stefan, was the player who made all of the difference in that game. Picked the ball up, really grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck, made it work, and they ground out a very, very, very close win. What do we reckon today? Cardiff, Oxford, easy money on.
You know what? Unfortunately, I've not managed to watch either of them in between playing my games. Looking at that drive, though, I don't know. Cardiff were looking pretty strong. Unfortunately, Oxford had that little sort of tiny error just to begin with. It's just those basics. You've got to get those right once you've worked hard to get up that pitch. So yeah, defence here from Cardiff is looking pretty solid. Oh, and ball down there.
Yeah, and it's just little errors like that that really take the sting out of attacks. You really want to be direct and make the most of those things of those moments in possession.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you let those unforced errors just slip through, then it just takes all of the pressure off. That's a really nice run around the outside, exposes the outside, but a really good covering touch by the winger.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just got to get your arm out there and just initiate that touch, so you're not sort of taking that extra time to run past and then put the ball back. Be interesting to see what Cardiff can bring to this line attack.
Ball down, unfortunately. But yeah, Stefan Prithwith. I'm trying to pronounce your name correctly. I'm not Welsh. If any Welshman wants to correct me, DM me, please do, because Stefan is a phenomenal player. We want to be able to say his name right. But Cardiff look to go, Oxford look to go all the way around the outside. Looks to fizz the ball in. Stefan picks it off. Big right foot step. Gets away from the covering defender, goes round the outside. This is broken field defence. Really good scrambling touch there from Oxford.
Lovely bit of running there. Now Cardiff just resetting, reassessing and seeing what they can do with this drive. Little bit of a quickie play there. Straight in the middle.
Oh, lovely score.
Try given.
Opening
Touchdown.
score, 1-0 Cardiff. Really well worked there. Just nice structure.
Yeah.
Just getting down, getting aggressive, making them work.
Absolutely. And those are the touchdowns that Oxford don't really want to be giving away. Sort of those scores in the middle. You really want to protect that mid gap, make people throw wide. Just letting that in the middle.
Lovely
yeah,
dummy.
Absolutely.
Lovely dummy. If
Great
you want to
score.
talk about manipulation, that is, that's the way to do it. Really big dummy. Mid buys it, goes straight through, and now Oxford really need to put the pressure on to even this game up. They look to take it down. Looks to dive through.
Lovely
Good
dive there.
covering touch. 5th call by the ref. Gotta shout him out. Dunk Mascarenhas, Trunasvich legend. Men's 50s, been around for years. Knowledgeable boy in the centre of that reffing team there. Yeah, and a lovely call from Dunk. Always gets it right.
Now Cardiff have got another drive. See what they can do with it.
Yeah, if there's one thing that we've seen a lot about Cardiff, they are just consistent. Consistent performers in their transition. Always want to be moving forward. They move the ball very nicely as well, and they have some very, very, very high-level talents to back it up.
Yeah.
Stefan on the ball. Just
Great.
taking that dump.
Yeah, it's a great check off there.
Yeah.
Reading the play. You've got one player up that's shot up. Just pass around them. Get those extra couple of meters.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier about exposing the shooters efficiently. Stefan kicks out, looks to go long. Easy
lovely.
score for the winger. A little check in and out. Make it look more pretty. Oh, has it been given? Yes, it has been given.
Yep.
For a moment, I thought it had been given forward there. But no, easy score in the end, 2-0. And if this is the tone for the rest of the game, Oxford need to find a bit of fire, get some fire in their bellies.
Yeah, looking ever so slightly deflated at the moment, as you would be.
Yeah,
Just
of
been
course,
scored
of
on,
course.
Unfortunately, but hopefully they can bring it back with this tap off.
Yeah, thing is, Oxford have a decent enough drive, but it's things like that, and I think it's just the lack of experience. You know, looking down this this Oxford side, there's not a lot of traditional touch experience. We've got an England under 20s player in Aidan Manley, but aside from that, there's not a lot of really high level exposure to touch. And I think in moments like that, where the play just breaks down through unforced errors, trying to pass the ball a little bit too much, that's where, when you do have the experienced players in your side, you understand that that's maybe not the best option.
Yep.
And that you should just wait, be patient, recycle the play, and create another attacking opportunity.
Yeah, you can just feed off that and sort of exploit it, as defenders, as Cardiff did in that. And yeah, unfortunately, it does sometimes show a little bit. But again, like I said earlier, sort of as they go through the tournament, playing and building together as a team, sometimes those sort of different levels of experience, they do help. They do help because you all learn together as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if Oxford can put a good account of themselves out here, get a score, limit the tally the other way, they'll be proud and they'll be pleased with themselves, as they should be. This is a very talented Cardiff side who have gone toe to toe with the best, but he's got burners. Number 12, Aidan Manley. Just as we were saying about Aidan Manley and the experience that he will have, shows the burners, just doesn't quite have the support around him to make the most out of those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's lovely little transition there from Cardiff. They're very consistent in their transition. They don't want to accept that touch when they're close to the sub box. They always want to check off and move more expansive. They're finding a lot of success with it. It's really stretching the Oxford defence.
That pace coming onto the pitch as well in that transition move on is really great, and it is working in Cardiff's favour. Good
Lovely
touch there.
feet, lovely pass. I wonder whether the ball should have gone to Stefan there, and Stefan could have moved the ball down the line. But with a low pass like that, especially when it's not absolutely fizzed, it gives the defence an opportunity to shut down the player who's receiving it. I think maybe just going through the hands there could have guaranteed the score in the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes the basics, sometimes the mispass isn't the one to finish it off. Sometimes just stick with the basics.
As much as we all love a beautiful right to left pill, 40-yarder, sometimes down the hands works just as well. Oh, it's a shame. Just a bit of a handling error there. But Oxford defending well.
Yeah, like they're getting up. They are communicating with each other. You can see that they're working their pistons. Cardiff are ever so slightly exploiting that look. So see they're sort of passing around them. Just getting that extra metre, it does make a difference, and getting them on the back foot a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. I think for Oxford, as Cardiff roll into this attack, they're going to look to run a hammer, which they do. Very nice setup. Goes wide. Hands.
Lovely.
Try. Easy as that.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
Lovely score there.
Really nice score. Really well manipulated in the middle as well. One thing I was going to say about Oxford is when they do the pistons and they make the touch, the players who are onside need to be absolutely busting a gut to get up.
Yeah.
It seems like they're just taking a couple seconds to react to that touch being made and then go in. I would rather a team gets pinged for offside for approaching a little bit early than just surrendering all of that field position.
Yeah, you want to, as defenders, you want to push the refs as far as you possibly can until you're pinged, in which case fine, then you know what the limit is. But yeah, when you're sort of at that level, you want to push it as much as you can. And yeah, it's just having that eagerness and that keenness to get up off the line is really important.
Ooh. Good sweeper set up there. So yeah, Chris Simon here with the coffee delivery.
Caffeinated, ready to go.
Yes, for the afternoon. Finals footy. We love it. Cardiff looking to transition. Oxford shut that down well then.
Yeah, a little bit there, just about initiating the touch. Just getting that ball down.
Great
there
hands.
we go. On the hooter.
Did he make the touch? Did he make the touch? Claiming touch. Touch given. Half time. Cardiff 3. Oxford 0. Katie. Oxford. Positive in attack, positive in defence. Something they can work on.
So we'll go to defence. So for starters, they've got a process. They are using it. It's just about executing it just ever so slightly better. To be honest, their defence on the line hasn't been too bad. I think Cardiff have just been exploiting it ever so slightly. In terms of attacking and subbing on, especially, it's just having that little bit of intensity, making sure they're initiating that touch, getting that ball down, and particularly getting a half there quicker. That really makes a difference. It doesn't seem like it, when you first start playing touch, but getting a half there and getting that ball up off the floor and on the floor for as minimal time as possible, it really does make a difference. And Cardiff are definitely sort of getting in there and trying to hold them up as well. So it's just about getting to the side, getting that ball down. And I mean, they've got the wheels for it, we've seen. So you want to set up that momentum to get that scoop set and then get the wheels on the back of it. And hopefully we can have a score from them.
I think what you said there about the half, especially, is so important. And I think that's an area of the game that everyone here could probably take away from, which is the least amount of time that the ball is spent on that floor.
Yeah.
The faster you are into your attack.
Yeah.
And the least amount of time the defense has to retreat.
Yeah.
And I think they're the three things that you get. And when teams leave that ball on the floor for a second, that's even still a bit too long.
Yeah.
When we train as a club at Crewe and Nantwich, especially with the blokes I play with often, which are Ollie Holmes and Dylan Fletcher, we try and take as little time as possible with that ball on the floor. And when it's on the floor for a second and a half, 2 seconds, we're fuming because we know that a potential opportunity is now wasted because that ball's just on the floor too much. And especially in like England setups, regional setups, in training, the time and how long the ball is on the floor, how long it takes for half to get there.
Yeah.
And if the ball's on the floor for like 3 seconds, it's a big cardinal sin. And I think for Oxford especially, they've shown that they can attack. They've shown that they've got wheels. If you've got wheels, the best way to execute that is a scoop. You can't scoop effectively if your half ain't there.
Yeah, I was about to say, especially with a scoop, that timing and knowing which way to split as well. Like when I was playing, international, like that was key. It's like you, as the scooper, you want to be organised and you want to be telling your dumping middle what way you want them to go.
Yeah.
So that's really important.
Completely agree. And I think contrasting that, I mean, Cardiff just demonstrating what they can do. Beautiful hands. Did she step out? No, she didn't. She walked the line perfectly, finished in the corner. Is this touch or is this NRL? What a finish. What a finish.
Lovely dive there. And with style, with that hat on, she's ready for any kind of weather that today's going to throw at us.
Cutting about in the bucket hat. We love it. We love it. We love a good bucket hat.
Touch rugby, we do love a bucket hat. Or a visor.
Or, visors are good. What feet. What
Lovely.
feet.
Really low, textbook
Number 12,
dive
Catherine Jones. She's had try of the day so far. First game, ball behind her, long ball, 40-yard long ball, the pill we all love.
Yep.
Wind's taking it way back, behind her body. Spun, round her back, one hand stab, grabs it out the air, dives in the corner. She's just tread the line perfectly. What are you doing in touch? Get in the NRL. You're a finisher. Natural. Good setup there from Oxford.
Lovely
Good try.
dive there.
Good try. And that's what they
Brilliant.
can do with a bit of structure.
There we go.
Half there fast. They're all on the same page. They make the right decision.
That was really well executed from Oxford there. See on the replay. They both know, look, the communication's there. He splits the correct way. They're going again. Just turning on that little bit of pace as well.
Yeah, and if you notice, when they initiated that touch, they had both middles engaged in that touch. So then when Aiden split, he split right, which was the correct way because the left middle had already dropped a little bit.
Yeah.
And then they could cut back and execute the space in the middle. It's a textbook quickie play. Just as we're saying it's a textbook quickie play, Cardiff got the other end and score through what is essentially just hands.
Yep.
Just hands. If you want to know how to do touch at its very basics and execute it well, this is how you do it. They initiate one touch, split out, 1, 2.
Just created that overlap there
Score
by
down.
getting the link to
score down.
Fight in. Lovely score there.
Link quickie, just stepping on the outside, trying to create the 3-on-2. Did that expertly. And if you're on the outside of that player there, you are very grateful. That is the easiest score that you could possibly hope to put down. And can Oxford make it a bit of a shootout? Scoreline might not be close, but in this second half, it's 1-1. He goes for that quickie again. Oh, great hands. Great dive.
Oh.
Score given.
There we
Score
go.
given.
Lovely.
2 quickies.
Yeah.
2 scores.
Yep.
Got to think, if you did this 8 minutes ago, this would be massive.
Obviously, half-time team talk has worked.
Oh, yeah. Aidan Manley at the heart of it again. Takes the touch. Goes to split out. Goes to engage the dive. Stefan's got to stay because he's just been done by that dive. Covering middle doesn't pick up his opposite player. Easy ball back on the inside.
Absolutely.
Happy days.
Now we can see what Cardiff can do from their tap-off.
Lovely quickie, lovely quickie. They've got the 3-on-2 there again. He steps back on the inside in this instance. Sits his opposing player down. Picks up the ball like he's lazy. Oh, yeah, just scored again, mate.
Right in behind the ankles there. That's exactly where you want to be scoring on a quickie step back.
Yeah, that was perfect. I actually thought he might have taken the wrong option by cutting back in, because I thought the 3-on-2 was there again. But no, it went bang. Yeah, no ankles. Dot down. Beautiful score. Beautiful score. I think what's impressed me with Cardiff, especially, is they've not really done anything too flamboyant or spectacular. It's just basics done really well.
Yeah.
And I think all of the teams here, whether you're in the bowl, play or cup, can take a look at this sort of game and take a look at what Cardiff do. And we don't need to be running all of these, unique and specialised structures, and we don't need to have a playbook of 40 different plays off 10 different platforms.
Yeah, sometimes simplicity is better. Although saying that, Cardiff have just given 6 again on the line, but maybe that's just so we can see how they defend it out.
Yeah, they know
they're on the live.
Yeah, they just want to defend. They just want to defend. I like it. It's a nice touch there. They turn the sweep around, but it's picked up and gone the wrong way, and that'll be half court. A little bit of a waste of opportunity there. You would have repeat set.
Yeah, and if you want to get organised a little bit more, just burn a touch. Like if you've got those sixes, if you got that 6 again, you just want to burn a touch, get organised, let everyone know what you're doing. It doesn't matter if the defence know what you're doing; they've still got to defend it.
Exactly.
So be loud in your comms.
Oh, great feed. This is great hands. Should just go all the way. Looks to step back on the inside. Finds the ball. Lovely little pass on the inside. Thought he had the legs. He decided he didn't. Little check back on the inside. Although I believe they've given it a forward pass, which is a let-off for Oxford. I thought that was a very nice pass on the inside, but unfortunately it just didn't quite come to fruition. And now Oxford are going to have to keep trucking it up the middle, try and find some momentum in this game. Maybe get another score on the board before full time.
Yeah, we're seeing them. They've sort of slowed down that sub move a little bit there, just struggling to get that momentum that Cardiff have got coming on. And touch called there.
Yeah, it's a good touch.
Space wasn't quite there.
Yeah, good touch, and again, Oxford look a bit leggy. They've not really got a lot of subs. They've come with 10. Anything below 12 is a bit rough, I've got to say.
Yeah, I did a touch tournament once for the first few games with I think we had 6 of us.
No.
And that was not ideal.
Oh, lovely line. He's just been touched, though. Stefan just dropping the ball off into space, letting his teammate come roaring onto it. Really good pace from the covering defender. That's a brilliant touch. Just moves his opposite man out the way and finds the link on the hole.
That was a lovely line there, run by the link.
Yeah, beautiful line.
Absolutely bang on.
Really fine line coming back across the grain. But I wanna highlight Stefan's touch, because a lot of people think when you strike dump, you've got to get in and out quickly. But look at the way he just moves the defender out of the way. I want to go left, so I'm going to push you right.
Yeah.
And then
absolutely.
Aiden can't recover, and Stefan just drops the ball into a lovely space. Beautiful line.
Yeah.
Technically, superb score. I love stuff like that. Little nuances. I'm like, yeah, go on.
Absolutely.
Go on.
Now we've got an Oxford tap off again.
Yeah, they're doing well. They just look a bit tired, a little bit unenthused. I think Cardiff have just shown the levels a little bit here. Oxford have put a good account of themselves out. They've got 2 very nice scores from the quickies. But if I was to be hypercritical of some of their attack, and I think someone will be looking back at some of the footage, in that instance, dump 4 meters out. You've got 7 to work with. You should be pulling that defense back out, because at the end of the day, if you're dumping within that 7 meter, you can't really get the calls that you want in the red zone. You can't get dropping early because you're initiating the drop by always moving forward. You can't get offside because they're 2 steps away from the line to bounce straight back up.
Unless you're playing a phase that has been, and you've got somebody right there
it's a
to be your
designed
half.
call.
Exactly. You don't want to be doing that. You want to be taking the time. You want to make life easier for yourself. And then, to be fair as well, the further you bring it back out, the quicker you can go back in at pace to set those moves up. And it's about turning on that pace at the right time. It's not about going 100 miles an hour all the time, is it?
You'll see some teams in NTS that will initiate their strike plays from 10 meters out, because they know by the time that the defense has rolled and initiated the touch, they're about 7 or 8 meters out.
Yeah.
And in those instances, because the play is moving so fast, more often than not, the referee will just call line. Whether you're 7 or 8 meters out, you'll have to retreat to that line.
Absolutely.
When you close that gap yourself as the attacking team, your pass has got to be perfect. Your decision making has got to be so much faster, and you're just giving yourself all to do.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're just coming into the final minute, and bar an absolute capitulation from Cardiff, they will walk the result of this game. Just while we're coming to the end, and Cardiff looks to go round the outside and expose another overlap. And a really lovely, just a brilliant try, born of core skills. And we've spoken a lot about Cardiff, so I want to talk a little bit about Oxford. If you were the coach, and you've got 6 weeks until your next comp, what are you working on?
Their transition move on, getting that pace coming on. The basics are there, the mechanics are there, they're in place, but it's just about executing it properly, getting those basics, getting a half there, practicing getting a half there, and getting somebody running onto it at pace at the right time. I think, because when they were getting up there and they were getting those repeat sets on the line, that Cardiff were gifting them, they had a really good few rounds of doing some quickies, and they were getting some scores off there, and they were scoring in the middle. So it's just about getting up there and translating that, maybe sort of tightening up and getting a proper scoop play going, and refining that defence ever so slightly.
Yeah, and I think before we go, before our second game of the afternoon, I think Oxford have all of the elements and ingredients of a very good side.
Absolutely.
They just need someone to come in and just go, okay, you're rapid, you scoop and sweep. Okay, you've got brilliant hands, you're going to pick up when we need a good ball delivered. Things like that. Just put people in the right places to capitalise on the strengths that they have. I think everyone on the pitch in this game for Oxford were just trying to all do a little bit too much, and I think if they had someone to come in and just help, just be like, look, you're sick at this, you do this, you're amazing at this, you're not so great at this, so we'll put you with someone who can complement you and help you in those situations. I think Oxford will be a cracking side going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Cardiff were coming at them, they were putting that pressure on them. It is difficult to adapt in those situations, but yeah, that's something that they can definitely work on going forward, and hopefully they will do. Hopefully have a good rest of the day.
100%. Right, we are going to leave you for a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, because the next match is going to be nutty. See you guys later.
if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position. Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
2, 3. Whiz! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensively. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position. Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
2, 3. Whiz! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensively. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game.
Yes, guys, we are back. Second game of this afternoon. Bath versus Surrey. This is tipped to be a feisty affair. Just looking down the team sheets, who we've got. Surrey, Emma Oliver, we had on comms earlier. Phenomenal player. Keep an eye out for her. She's a very, very, very dangerous attacker. Victoria Barlow plays for the Taipans mixed open. Vince Parker, we know him from nationals in the men's open England training squad. Emma Oliver, sorry, with 25 international caps. Not many people with more international caps than her. Frances Barry, mixed open Southeast Taipans training squad. Bath, so many first years I can see, but as we saw earlier with the likes of Danny Ticehurst and Will Burton, they've got pace to burn. It's going to be a very interesting game. I'm joined by my club teammate Lloyd Dafford. How are you, boss?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I've been quite tired from a long day of touch with a lot of running, but other than that I'm doing quite well,
Yeah, we love that. We can never get sick of touch. He's now here commentating for the love of the sport.
Oh, we do love the sport. We've just finished playing Bath 2s, and Bath have a really tight-knit community. You find they're always, cheering each other on, working together well, and they've grown quite a lot. They're putting out 4 teams this year, have they? Or 3 teams?
3
or 4 teams. It's been a really good showing.
It's a bit of a joke. It's the same with Exeter. Like, come on, give some to the rest of us. But here's Bath on the attack. They look to go for the passive link, but the ball's just a little bit behind him. Ball down. Turnover for Surrey. Surrey going to look to spring their transition. Nice and smooth. So they can look to get into attack. There's a very nice flat ball across the face of the defence. They've made lovely meters from that transition. And something that we've seen a lot, Lloyd, and I'm sure you'll testify to, the team with the best transition often wins the game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that change in the University Series as well, in terms of outlaws being the common sewing move for most teams. And now we're seeing a lot of different moves being brought in, and it's really changing the pace of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a beautiful little show of speed there from Vince Parker going through. Commentated him at Nationals, was part of that insane game for Sharks and Taipans. He's a very, very accomplished player. He's going to look to try and help lead this Surrey side to a victory. I believe he always wears that pink cap, not sure why, but he does and he loves it, so we love him for it.
Yeah, meanwhile Bath have got a lot of Saxons players this year. We can see 3 or 4. We've got Shoji, Milo, Will.
Oh, Vince on the snipe. Vince on the snipe. Watch out for that. He will do that. He will do that. He's very, very, very good at it. Appearing late from deep, trying to snipe into those passing channels. Bath now need to move forward and try and find some success. Vince Park with a brilliant covering touch. I've got a feeling I'm going to be saying his name a lot in these next 20 minutes. Bath bit static. They go to Quickie on the outside. Step back on the inside. They go for the pass. Really well shut down. Maybe early on in the game to go for the dive there. Condition it tight and then pass around. But promising signs for Bath off the jump.
Bath are a team that just keep attacking as well. Shoji, who's just got the ball now.
Oh, lovely pick up. Lovely pick up.
Good touch made.
Vince Parker covering that defence so well, so well. He's one of those guys where he's so athletic, you can almost afford to give him that extra metre or so to cover, because you know he can get there. You know he reads the game well enough and makes educated decisions to close down those gaps.
And when you've got that person covering you, it means you're so much more confident in defending your channel, because you know they've got your back.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, you know, especially in the University Series, it's something we spoke about a lot today. That mixture of newbies, experienced players, people who are still learning, people who are still growing, and people who have played at the top of what touch has to offer. That blend, when you've got people like Vince Parker, will be bringing everyone else in the team up. Not to mention, in that Surrey team, Emma Oliver as well, one of the most experienced players that England has to offer. You know, you can't help but think that the new players in Surrey must absolutely be loving the opportunity to be working, training and playing alongside two very experienced players.
It's a Surrey team as well that last season were, you know, a strong side, but kind of missing that like little bit of pizzazz at the end, and come on leaps and bounds. Oh, he's through here.
Wheels!
Will's got wheels. He's absolutely smashed it again. That must be his 5th or 6th a day.
What a just come out of nowhere. Static defense, static attack. Just went, yeah, all right, pal, I'll go. Don't worry about it. I've got wheels. Brilliant pace shown. Brilliant pace shown.
He's a versatile player too. He plays on the wing for men's Saxons, I believe, and even then he'll go all the way around the outside of the line. Just
rapid, just absolutely rapid. Will Lewis take a bow? It's Vince Parker looking to set up some buddies to get to the line, sacrificing a couple touches to get into striking distance, but now there it is, really well worked. Back to Vince Parker, wings open.
Oh, it's a beautiful pickup.
Good catch, hands like glue.
All the space there was created by a lovely play up the middle, and it was a phenomenal finish to a great pass.
Yeah, definitely. And Bath go up one end, beautiful score with pace, and then Surrey go down the other end and show what structure can do in a game like this. They just engage the middles really well. The interplay here between number 9, Will Togger, I hope I'm saying that name right, and Vince Parker, just manipulating the middle so well, sucks everyone in so tight. Beautiful pill out to the wing. Great grab, great score, 1-1. Oh, lovely recycling there from Bath. Bath looking to go to the 32 channel. They do a quickie. Almost the counties. Miss pass out to the Link. Link puts the gas on. 23. Is that Shoji Leach down? Or it looks like we've got a little bit of an injury here.
The referee seems to be unsure what they're going to give here. They're talking about it. I think it's just a touch, but, you know, we'll see what they say.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier this morning, if there's an injury, the clock keeps running. So this does not help either team at this point. You know, both teams in a stalemate, injury on the pitch, game is slowed down. Maybe this benefits Surrey a little bit more, the team that's in defence. They can get a breather, grab some composure, be having those conversations between players. Look, this guy's this guy's that. Have those little conversations. As a Bath player in attack, you hate this because it slows everything down. You thought you had a roll on.
Oh, the score's been given.
Score's been given. Shoji Leach, I believe it was, getting over in the corner. I believe that the halting play was just because of the injury. We'll have a look on the replay. Yeah, 11 picks up. Out to 23. 23 is Shoji Leach. Shoji Leach gets on the outside, and that's just an unfortunate collision. I think it's teammate on teammate there for Surrey. Yeah, it's just an unfortunate one. Rugby collision. We move. Bath 2, Surrey 1. Surrey on the attack now with Vince Parker. Vince Parker takes the touch, splits back on the inside, looks to go open side. That will be 6 more.
So you're very, very keen that whenever Bath go at one end, that they're going back down the other end. They're not going to let it make him stick. They're going to immediately go back on the counter and keep this game in, you know, a level, if not taking the lead.
Yeah, Vince Parker again. Wings open, goes for the dive. A really good covering touch there from the Link. Shutting down that space very quickly. Looks like maybe Vince is just conditioning that middle to then throw the bomb. I'd be surprised if they deviate from that plan all that much. And they do. It doesn't necessarily come to fruition. They look to run a fire up. Doesn't happen. They run a phase, but it was off the mark. Ref pulls it back for the penalty. Surrey, repeat set of 6. Bath looking a little bit stretched. Vince takes the touch, splits out. Lovely pick up, lovely ball. Just goes to ground. It's a good defensive set from Bath. Surrey have let them off. And now Bath can get into their transition and get fresh legs on the pitch.
I don't think it quite shows on the live stream that it is quite windy here, and just a little bit of movement in the ball can change a catch and a score to a drop ball just like that.
Yeah, really well said. Really well said. Bath now trying to turn the screw, put the pressure on. Surrey had the opportunity to equalise, didn't. Bath up the pitch, take the dump. That's 5th. They've got to go. Tries to go around the outside. Inside ball gathered, touched off the pitch. Little bit of a rough landing. I think that's 6 of one off, doesn't it? The other, you jump to catch the ball in the air, someone makes a touch, you're off balance. Rugby incident.
Second one now in that corner. Just
refs aren't happy.
With 2 teams competing at this higher level as well, it becomes a very physical game. It's all about, you know, winning the touch becomes such a big thing that sometimes things get a bit competitive, not the right word, but just, you know, these collisions happen.
Yeah, sometimes, and you know, because we're all passionate about touch, we all want to compete, and that passion bubbles over into frustration and maybe, you know, a little bit too, not forceful, but that's a brilliant strike dump for the scooping player. The shooting player for the Bath did brilliantly well. It's superb hands right up until the last. I would not have wanted to be a ref on the pitch in that instance, trying to call if there's a touch, pass or forward. The hands were so fast, so slick. Surrey and Bath really putting on a clinic on how to run attacking structures well. The things that's letting them down, that's letting both teams down, are the consistency in transition and that final pass.
Yeah, it's the unforced errors that are kind of keeping Surrey at this try line right now, because Bath, you know, just running a sub move there, little drop ball, and again, it is windy, but, you know, if it's windy like this, little short passes, keep it simple.
Exactly that. Surrey look for the quickie. They find the quickie. I think that's touch first. I think that might be touch first, or they might get given a an offside call. Yeah, offside call.
It seems one player's made it back, one player's not. It's a classic.
Yeah, Surrey now with a repeat set of 6. You want to be patient. They are. They look to punish the link. They look to go outside. Tries to dive through the middle. Really solid defence from Bath. They know what that looks like. Hooter goes. No touches to play with. They look to go expansive. Long ball out to the wing. Ball goes to ground. That will be half-time. Bath 2, Surrey 1. And to be honest, I think that's about as fair a result we've seen at half-time yet.
Yeah, I think it's a really good descriptor of the game. As we've seen, you know, Bath have some really good scores. Surrey, of course, go back up the other end after the first one, and then it could have been 2-2. Surrey, a little bit mistake here and there. It's, you know, the differences are so small. The 2-1 is very fair.
Yeah, completely agree. And for me, if we're just thinking about, you know, Chris Weirmouth saying earlier, you know, what's one thing that some teams can do in attack? What's one thing that some teams can do in defence? For Bath, for me, in defence, it's just that togetherness, operating on a shoestring, table football. Make sure that you don't give the easy options to Surrey. You don't want to be allowing them to go through the link wing hole or the mid link hole. What they're doing at the moment is they're forcing Surrey to play the long ball over the top, negating the threats of Vince Parker's feet and his reach on his dive. So far, so good. Flip side of that, Surrey, their attack needs to be slicker. They need to be engaging defenders more consistently. At the moment, they're only engaging 1 or 2 defenders at a time, which is just allowing the rest of the Bath defence to get onside and then come up and put pressure on the ball carrier. If they can, you know, sharpen up the connection between players, you know, half and ball carrier, I think they'll find more scores in the second half.
Yeah, the couple of times they have won the ruck quite successfully, perhaps got those Bath mids hips turned the wrong way. They've really just lacked the finishing product there. So again, few changes from both teams. This game's in anyone's hands, definitely. Surrey got, you know, a couple of changes, they can easily take the lead. Bath, again, close to scoring another couple. Could go either way still.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for Surrey, you won't be too worried. You know, you got the likes of Emma Oliver in there, imparting wisdom, I'm sure. just reassuring everyone that, look, one score's fine, one score's nothing. It's 0-0 at half time. We go again. We keep chipping away. This is a Bath side that had a very, very, very tough game earlier. There's back-to-back schedules for all of them. Tired legs are going to start creeping in, and then you've got the pace of Vince Parker. You've got the knowledge and the hands and the skill set and the athleticism of Emma Oliver. You've got to think that you're going to be finding some success. I've just seen on here, Sam Davis has a wingspan of 196 centimetres.
We were talking about this on the bus on the way here. And I believe that makes it 6'5". Is a 6'5" wingspan.
Outrageous. Get him diving from 10 metres out. He'll reach that try line for sure.
I was going to say, no wonder Bath haven't been able to find gaps because he covers 2 channels just his wingspan alone.
But again, that goes back to what we were saying earlier. When you have those secure defenders who you can rely on to make the extra yards, make the extra meters, you can be so much secured in your job. And I think that's something that Surrey have done well. But the scores that Bath have made have come from athleticism and setting up the right options. But I'm sure this man will have something to say about it. Vince Parker looking to set up a strike. Being patient, Emma Oliver on the link, the other side. Vince Parker goes away from her, goes for the dive. That's an easy score. Lovely finish from Vince Parker, making it look so forward pass given. Must be forward pass from the base of the ruck there.
I think number 32 Will's been let off there. You know, his cornering wasn't to snuff, and the score would have been given if not for the forward pass.
Yeah, and I think the dive attempt on the line could on another day be given. I think that Bath have been let off there, but even though the score hasn't stuck, Surrey now know they can do it, and they can do it consistently. One try on the board, one try left out there, a couple opportunities that have just gone missing, but they've got to stop this roll from Bath. Shoji getting in, great hands. No! What a score! Oh, touch!
No!
Oh, what magical attack, matched by superb defence.
It's almost one of those ones where even if it's a neutral, you want to see it given because how beautiful the passing was.
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
You know, great defence from Surrey at the end there, stopping it happening.
Definitely, you want to leave those slick hands in for sure. But Surrey now in their transition, much smoother than the first half, I've got to say. Oh, that's a tough one for Surrey. Touch has been made on the jersey. Ball carrier hasn't felt it. It's carried on running. Now they've got to take the ball back with no momentum and try and create something of nothing.
Bath are going to be happy to win the ball back here, and they look like they're already coming with a lot of pace. Oh.
Yeah, that'll be penalty for foot in the ruck there. It's just unfortunate. She's trying to retreat onside, and they just collides with the dumping player and the ball. Bath now have a much better position to strike from. It's a really nice transition, really good shooting touch. I think that's just a little bit of a rugby collision. Nothing doing in that. And then Bath can roll into their strike.
I think Bath have been doing really well is getting those first two.
Lovely ball, lovely ball! There we go!
It's that Milo's fizzed out wide, no doubt about that one, right in the corner.
So what was that?
The screen seems to be back on in here. There's no scoreline. The screen's back on.
Put the score up.
It is up.
Oh yeah. Disconnect. And then connect.
13's off again, but falls over unfortunately this time.
There you go, mate.
Thank you.
Could you ask what the score is?
The score's still 3-1, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Edinburgh on the try line again after a Bristol slip. Try sweeper. Can he cut in? Oh, unfortunate drop on the line there.
Really good play though from Edinburgh. They're really trying to come back hard and strong for this second half.
Edinburgh's go again on the line. Can they make the most of it? Quickie attempt, step back in. Oh, the mud's killed him, unfortunately.
It could have been a good one. It could have been a good one. If only there was sun.
Another good bit of line defence from Bristol. Edinburgh trying again. Short coming this time. Good loop on.
She's in.
Oh. And a good touch. And a
Oh.
good bit of defence from Bristol.
Excellent play so far here. We've seen both teams come back strong, and they want to both, you know, come out on top.
Edinburgh doing a good job of defending this sub move. Bristol still only just having crossed the halfway line. Good pace being seen now. With an unfortunate drop to it. Weather definitely taking its toll here on the players. Some more good speed seen from Edinburgh here in the second half.
Instantly back on their line, going to try and complete this.
Good holes. Unfortunately, no end product there. An unfortunate drop there turns it back over to Edinburgh, who are piling on the pressure so far this second half.
Already in their own half, trying to go to the try line. This could be good for them.
Good bit of line D there.
Bristol just don't want to let Edinburgh in, do they?
Lifting the ball across for a short. Nice lift.
Oh,
And a good loop. Leads to a
lovely,
good
lovely
try.
try there. Some excellent touch going on from both teams here.
Scott's clearly more acclimatised to the weather.
Brings the score to 3-2 now. It's all to play for in these last 5 minutes or so.
Nice sweep coming round.
Excellent.
Lovely touch indeed there.
It could have been close. It could have been close.
Oh, fantastic dive, but good defence as well.
Ruthless conditions out here, but both teams are persevering. They're doing well here. Trick here is to do short but sweet passes, you know, to not, the ball's slippery, the conditions aren't great.
Edinburgh driven well here all the way from their own line through to the Bristol try line with the scoop. Can they capitalise? Oh, and an unfortunate drop right at the end. But excellent driving, made the whole length of the pitch.
Great line.
Bristol coming round now, trying to get some subs on.
Making very good distance here. Some pace.
Some pace and a nice cut back in.
Oh.
Unfortunate fumble there for seeing a change in possession.
That was impressive, making it all the way up the pitch though. Well done to Edinburgh.
Oh,
Can Edinburgh confirm? Oh. Wow.
that's a good, lovely, actually, recovery piece of defending there.
Yes, I agree, Joe.
And another good set.
Ooh, lovely lovely try there. Bristol clearly looking happy with that. 4-2 up to Bristol now. Very well done from both teams here.
I'd say ever so slightly against the momentum of the game as well this half. I'd say Edinburgh have fought back quite well so far, and Bristol have capitalised on a small error there.
Yeah, I mean, you could see number 8 there. He'd had a few efforts, and eventually it paid off for him. Let's see what Edinburgh can come back with. Final few minutes. They're setting it up. Let's see what they can do. We see a long go
into
wide.
a long
Ooh.
pass, lovely pill. Fortunately, a bit too high.
Again, it's difficult, isn't it? Slippy ball.
It's difficult whether to throw those long passes, really.
It is. But if it pays off, it's fantastic to see, isn't it?
That's the touch we all pay to see sometimes.
Good sub drive down the left for Bristol.
Oh, and a lovely beat of the shooter there.
Fantastic mullet as well. Strong defence from Edinburgh.
And a short coming.
Short, play it long. One more. Oh. There's a touch, 6. Good effort. A good effort from Bristol to further their lead. Coming into the final minute now.
Can Edinburgh respond?
They'll require a strong response. Slowed down here.
Unfortunate loss of momentum for them there.
Let's get those drives going. Should have taken the touch there. Run the looper. Looper gets caught. Tempted to play it off, but too slow.
Bristol can possibly see it out here with a good final set of possession. And there's the Claxons. Edinburgh.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
It's rather keeping an eye on your players, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Whiz! So just come up, if you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard in defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run it quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Just a silly boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
mode, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get them away.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in.
All starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Evans.
Tight! Hands up, Tim! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol with it! Hey! One for the ref with it! One for us!
And one for the ref!
Hooray! So close.
Go on, Durham!
Act really casual.
Hello and welcome back to what will be the decider for this year's University Touch Championships. I'm joined here by Jack.
Hello.
How are you? Are you excited? Because we are.
So, the draw, if everything had played out normally, this game could have been today's final.
Should have been. But we've got it at the semi.
Results happen, you know. So, yes, so if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this game, Exeter Wands, the Hurricanes versus Loughborough Wands. The winner of this game will be crowned the 2022-23 BUCS England Touch University Touch Champions. The inaugural winners, of course. Both teams currently tied on 118 points after the first 2 rounds of these championships. And based on whoever finishes highest today, regardless of the result in the final, will take home the trophy. That's as a result of Surrey and Nottingham Trent, unfortunately not advancing into these semi-finals. So we're going to see a big game. Now, interestingly, these teams have only met each other once in the past 3 rounds. It was a group game in round 2, which Exeter took 6-3. They've not met each other, though, in a knockout game. This will be the first of the season.
Ooh, and even though we say these 2 teams have not met each other in a knockout game this season, the individual players will know each other. There will be people on either side eyeing up the opposition. I know you from my England time. I know you from mixed NTS. I know you from elite nationals. This one has it all. And for me, I'm almost happy that it's not the final because I think we're going to see, if it was in the final, maybe the start is a little bit slower. They don't want to lose the final. There's the pressure of that. I think we're going to see both teams go all guns blazing from the start.
They know full well what this game means. And as you said, these 2 teams are stacked with some talent. So many players that are involved in high-performance squads across not just England, but other areas as well.
Yeah, we've got lots of people from like Wales, Singapore, Malaysia.
New Jersey as well as represented. Yeah. It's going to be a huge one. Stay with us, because the next 25 minutes, this is big.
Yeah, we're begging for a drop-off here. We are begging for a drop-off. But just to recap on some of the big names from both sides, we've got Tom Lawton-Davis. Personally, one of my favourite players to watch because he's just rapid and has no right to be so.
He was excellent for the England Mixed Opens team at the European Championships last year. As you say, got brilliant pace on him, brilliant vision as well. He'll be one to watch this game, wearing number 15 for Exeter.
Yeah, same again. One more for Exeter, one to watch for maybe a little bit for the future, but also for right now is Ben Lenuri, someone with a really good core skill set, someone who can really unlock a defence. And then you look at the Loughborough side.
Lydia Ticehurst, number 4 for Loughborough, England Women's Open. She's been playing a while now, and again, for where she is in her career, she's got so much more to give and a great amount of talent. But here we go then, Loughborough playing right to left in the purple. And looking to see now what they can do of this tap-off. You've got Ebe Igwe, number 33, who's picked up here. Also playing alongside Chris Honduras, who's picking up now, and number 99, Kieran Mitchell, looking for something. They've got an overlap on the wides here. Oh, it's a good ball. Unlucky that just over the head of Emma Hall, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the feeler that Loughborough are looking for. There was a couple times there where Exeter promoted 2 middles and Loughborough were just able to go through the middle, get in behind the initial defence, get the defence rolling and strike. I wonder if that's something that Loughborough are going to be aiming to do to get in behind the initial Exeter defence.
Yeah, exactly. So Exeter's defensive strategy is very much sending one player up. The key bit they always need with there is that they need to make sure the rest of their team are advancing. They have been pinged a couple of times today as a result. Exeter getting away with a fumble. M. Simon, number 4 for Exeter, another huge player in this game. Currently Exeter's high performance director for touch, currently playing there in the link. It was a fumble though. Loughborough now looking to go to box. Emma Hall underneath. Chris Honduras is now on the ball, and new pod on for Exeter. This is Lydia Tyser. She'll be brilliant.
Always is. And I think it'd be fair to say to call her Mrs. Consistent, because that's what she does. She's just a consistent player all the time, and then you've got this big bloke who can just cut through teams. How any way possible.
How did Brad Murphy make something of that after the slip?
On the floor, gets up. Oh, what, you thought it was an accident? Bang! There's your acceleration. You become complacent because I'm on the floor. Look,
mad. Watch this now.
It's a really good feed off. Brilliant dump. Little slip. And they just stop. They stop. Bang. Bye.
Gone. And then to get that dive in, number 24 for Loughborough, Aidan Agar. He is a player who's come from development levels and is coming through the ranks. Wonderful though. But here come Exeter looking to apply. Out the back, Tom Lawton-Davis. Oh, and the overlap there. This is going to be a hell of a game.
What a passive link. Passive link. So, if you're new to touch and you don't know what I mean by that, we'll have a look on this replay. We'll walk you through it. So, beautiful take up the middle, just establishing the drive. As they move forward, they look to expose and play expansive. Tom Lawton-Davis drags, they feed out. Tom Lawton-Davis then delays his line, so he's behind the lead runner, engaging the defenders, and executes the 2-on-1. This is going to be a shootout.
Connor Coughley, Jasper Williams, and number 1, Tom Hackett playing as a pod together. Williams now, sorry, that's Hackett even, looking for the long pass. Ball wasn't there though. Loughborough needs to be careful not to panic here. They need to just keep their pattern. So they start throwing the hospital passes, it's not going to go well for them.
No, and I think that's something that Loughborough need to be cautious of, because this Exeter side can punish you at a moment's notice. So if Loughborough are a little bit more patient in attack, make sure that they're making educated decisions and not just surrendering possession to Exeter, they'll put them in the best position to get the win in this game. But Exeter look to go round the outside.
That is a hell of a touch. That is what a dive that was.
Emily Simon trying to get round the outside.
Yeah, and Honor Cuxon had to put the dive in there, and Loughborough winning the ball as a result. Loughborough, again, they need some urgency here. Exeter know, if you're going to be slow, they know when they can go with the referee. They're going to put you under pressure. Second touch already, and they're barely out of their 7.
Oh, that's a lovely check-off. Beautiful, and that's exactly where you'd want to be on 3rd. So they've rectified the error, the slow start to their transition. This is 4th. You need to be making this count. This is 5th. Good scoop setup. Uses the footwork. Can he get on the outside? He can, but they've killed it. Exeter box side, which makes Exeter's transition a lot easier. First touch, fresh legs on. This is where you can really drive home. Second touch at halfway. Looking to go hard up the wing channel, and they get the offside call. That is the experience of this Exeter side.
Those of you, again, developing your touch here, just watch Exeter's fluidity. They very rarely stop and slow the play down. They add their bits of play together, and that was a sign right there with their box drive. As we see now, Lawton-Davis working with Lanuri in the middle. It's a quickie. Lawton-Davis looking for the pass. It's not there, though. There was the overlap. Good vision. Yeah, Lanuri and Lawton-Davis working very well together on that front. Now, Loughborough need to be clever here. They need to go quickly. Don't let it slow down. And already, they're taking the ball slightly static. Exeter on them straight away.
Yeah, that lead line on their transition, as much as they're doing really well to play around the outside of the initial press, that lead line on their transition just isn't a viable option. So Exeter are just leaving that and targeting the player out the back. But again, they've rectified the transition. Here he is, Brian
Out
Murphy.
distraction. Murphy now looks the ball, overlaps there. Overlap is there. Ball's got to go. Ball's
Inside.
got to go.
I think
Covers.
6 more.
Hold on a minute. Diane is given a 6 more. Hand was out from Exeter. Again, if you're new to our sport, you put your hand out in the passing lane. That will be 6 more to the team that were attacking, which is a punishment in a way because you've now got to work hard in defence.
Long.
Here come Loughborough. Murphy looking for a gap, well covered by Lawton Davis.
And if you think that that may be a little bit of a lethargic attack there from Brad Murphy, if we lose the ball, it's turnover. So he secures the ball, making sure they have another option to attack. And that's exactly why, because he can do that with a perfect strike dump. He just engages defenders, sits one down, pass the ball over the top. Ooh.
Brad Murphy is the kind of player you just want for the vision for that setup play. He is the assist player you want there every time. And even then, watch again, it involves a slip from Loughborough, in a way.
Again.
Watch, you distraction, slip.
Double bubble.
But again, it's a wonderful score, wonderful score. Exeter then looking to reply. As we see now, Callum Price working hard with Ducorno. It's another sweep,
lovely.
great legs.
Oh, really, really well defended there. Just shadows him out of touch, but he's out of position now. Loughborough scrambling.
Yeah, gonna have to work hard this defence now. Loughborough
Lovely.
don't want Exeter to reply. Ball might be forward, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, forward pass there, unlucky. It was a lovely eye though from Felix Ducorno.
And I've got to say, the wind has died down a little bit.
It has.
So those long balls are probably more of a viable option than they were this morning, although that did not stop people from throwing them this morning.
It's that's a costly mistake for Loughborough. Gonna have to work hard now. And Connor Coughley, Loughborough, looks like he might have injured himself slightly. He's having to work very hard here to get to this link side. Exeter looking to make some changes. M. Simon in the middle, calling the shots alongside Ducorno. That's a lovely play. Beautiful play.
Oh my word. Oh my word. That looks so slow, but it is just run to perfection.
M. Simon here does so well to drag to the left, initially pulls the players look. They're all, Loughborough now bunched that far side, and all she's got to do is wait for the pass back on this long side. The shut from Coughley is slightly slow, but the ball is just there before he gets down.
Yeah, it's superb. That's how you execute an overloading defence. But Loughborough looking to reply, trying to step back on the inside. Good recycling. It's balls away. Long ball. Oh, unlucky, unlucky. That was Seren Carson trying to get on the end of that ball. We've seen some outrageous stabs out the air from wingers today. She was trying to replicate one that we saw this morning.
Loughborough now having to defend against Exeter's drive. Great addition of pace there from Lenuri. Simon on the ball again. She's got number 9, Veronica Ryjet just underneath her. And here come Ducorno and Lawton Davis again. Look at this pace, space out wide. And they're going to get 6 more. Was touched in the air by Loughborough.
Yeah, Loughborough are actually defending that transition from Exeter really well, and it might not look like it because Exeter are always getting to that line, but in those moments, especially on 3rd or 4th touch in the transition, they're not surrendering all the space. But this is a dangerous attack. It looks to dive for the line.
That's a touch.
Brilliant defensive touch. Again, like we said earlier, if you're a defender getting off that line, painting the right pictures for the referees, you're going to get those decisions. Beautiful defence from Loughborough. Exeter come again. They look to run a bit of a... Oh, that's so good. That's so good. A bit of an awkward 32 setup evolves into a beautiful hole hit from Tom Lawton Davis. And that is 3-2. 1 minute to go. Can we get a 10-score game, please?
It's a similar pattern here from Exeter. They're setting up quickie side, pumping to the short side. That is to say, and opening up the long. And what needs to happen from Loughborough's long side link is to shut earlier. That's why that gap exists there. You've got the middles covering underneath. And once again, a great score for Exeter. 3-2 now with 30 seconds until we hit half time.
Yeah, can Loughborough finish out the half of the try? Thought she was going to go for the interception then.
Loughborough, evidently their platform is playing the sweeper plays. Exeter are covering that well, and Loughborough will just need to look at what other options they can have on that front. Luckily for Exeter, did not attempt to intercept, otherwise it would have been 6 more if it had been dropped. But here come Exeter then. That will bring us to half time. What a...
Is where it could really go either way. Loughborough really looking direct when they do get to the line, but Exeter just getting to their line so much more. Exeter really turning the screw, putting the pressure on in their transition. And if we had a statistic of the amount of times that Exeter had got to the line, it would be almost close to every time they get into possession on that transition.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the efficiency from Exeter. They're not using, or they're using as few touches as possible to get up the pitch and really driving well this box side before looking wider and opening the space up. That's what's got them down there, and you know that when they get down there, they have the experience to score. And Loughborough look ever so slightly concerned that they almost know it, and they need some confidence there. It is about confidence.
Yeah, I think if Loughborough can come out in the second half, really direct, really fast, get an early score, that'll do all of the good for their confidence. But this Exeter side has so much experience, so many elite level players operating at international level, that to do that to this side, it's a tough ask.
It is. But at the same time, Loughborough, when they've been composed, when they've been down at their end of the pitch, obviously have not been afraid to throw the passes into the right lanes. And that's how their scores have come about. And Exeter just need to be wary of that. What's let them down so far, again, is just peripheral defence. They're covering the middles well. They now need to sort it out on the periphery.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Exeter, with the knowledge that they have, might just look to execute that.
Absolutely. They know what they've got to do. Both sides here will know what they've got to do. Loughborough, their coach, Zan Hudson, I'm sure will be having words here. They know what they need to defend. 2 scores from Exeter just from not shutting alongside enough. And they'll be on an eye to that now. And this still, 10 minutes could go any way.
Yeah, just dropping an ear in to the Exeter conversation there. Ben Lenouri just saying to everyone, at the end of the day, don't make mistakes. Be careful with the ball. Don't surrender that possession. And it sounds very simple, but you're playing against the Loughborough side that all they want to force out of you are mistakes.
Absolutely. And both these teams have the ability to throw the long passes. The thing is, in the weather we're experiencing today, still quite a high wind. If I was the defence coach, I'd be saying, force them to throw the long passes, because the wind's not going to help. It's make sure it doesn't go forward, of course, but at least cover the simpler options. Yeah. That's the last thing you want.
Yeah, definitely. And I think especially at this stage with so much on the line, you just want to limit your opposition to the most difficult possible option. If you start to give them easy options in the middle because you're too worried about it going over the top, then you're defending the wrong thing first. You should be defending through the middle and letting them go over the top. And if they launch a beautiful 40-yard long ball, beautiful catch by the winger, and it goes in, well done, you deserve it. But this is Tom Lawton-Davies who's looking to do exactly that.
The vision.
It's just rapid, the separation. It's just rapid. The work off the ball by the female link there.
Sophia Giles.
It's just superb. She loses her man, she loses that shadow defence, finds the one-on-one.
For me, it's the line Lawton-Davies runs here, though. Again, for those of you beginning touch or even any form of touch, look at his line. Stunning. He's opened that space, he's seen it, and there it is. Sophia Giles and Exeter now up by 2, 4-2, if you're joining us for this deciding game for the BUCS University Touch Championships.
I think that could be given, or it'll be...
Good touch. Just on the line. Brad Murphy calling the shots here in the middle. It's going to be another sweeper play, but it's a pick-up from Loughborough. Murphy's got through.
Great pick-up.
He's just got to find the pass.
Great touch. Great covering touch. Whoa. Brad Murphy trying to show Tom Lawton-Davies that whatever you can do, I can also do, but the covering touch by Exeter, just enough to negate that threat.
So Exeter have given away the penalty, though, and I think it was for pulling players in the score zone. They were, pulling the players on that front, and I think,
maybe another
looking at the
offside.
referee, that is a second penalty in the 7 here. Exeter needs to be careful. A third, and they'll go down to 5. And that, again, it's a sweeper platform. 4. There's a touch in there. Exeter, they're going to have to work hard here. Still got 4 touches to defend.
Can't afford to give away another penalty.
Coming. Here come Loughborough. Gaps there. No, that's not what they needed.
No, Loughborough just needed to remain calm, not force things. You had 4 touches to play with.
Loughborough, the sweeper play is their striking opportunity. is becoming quite common. I think Exeter reading it, and Loughborough going to need to come up with some good options here.
Yeah, the Swinger option from Brad was a really nice variation, because it conditioned the defence that they're not only going to go one way from that platform, but the opposite side to that is you're also running away from your support as Exeter try to go over the top, but Emily Oliver just can't quite grab that in.
M. Simon was smiling there as she came back, because I think she knew in normal circumstances she'd catch that any day, but it's a wet ball and it's wet conditions out
So
here.
windy as well. So windy. I think even the best can be forgiven for not raining absolutely everything in today. Brad Murphy trying to go round the outside is adamant he's done so, but a touch made.
Yeah, it's good pace and distance though. Lydia Ticehurst now looking very strong as we get another middle set here from Connor Coughley.
Oh, really nice storm. Oh, it's just
rolled
too far. Just rolled too far. If that half had picked it up a second earlier, that would have been bang on the money. The ref is not happy with something here. I think just reassuring players, like, come on, we've just got to chill out. It's a game of touch. Don't worry about it. Let the refs ref. Let the players play. I think all the best refs are able to have that relationship with players. Just saying, like, look, I'm the ref, you're the players. Come on, let's fix up. Force up both players. Happy days.
Yeah, it was force up both there. We don't like to see it in touch, although you could see the players knew one another. It's the thing these days.
Yeah. It's like when you're playing against your mate and you're trying to untie his shoelaces. You're just trying to get one up on your friend, but the ref's like, come on, it's still touch. Like, let's pick this up. And Tom Lawton-Davis is going for the strike. I think they could.
Yeah, you see how wet it is now. Exeter in a way can afford that at the moment.
Yeah,
they can play a bit.
for sure.
Loughborough can't.
No.
With only 6 minutes left, with 2 scores down, they have to look to score on this play. And the first thing they've got to do is get down there with few minutes. That was a lovely pass off that.
Lovely. If you want to learn how to
Loughborough.
pass away from shooters, that's exactly how you do it.
Brilliant play. Ebe Igwe now, it's a great pick. Oh, that's what they not need. Igwe maybe just needed to look at the open side there because the space was there.
Yeah, I think there's just a lack of experience in those sort of situations that we just came through a little bit there. If he'd have done the big right foot whack, stepped back against the grain, realised he would have had 4 people on his left who were able to help support him in his attack, but chose the short side, which had the fewer numbers. It's a tough decision. It's one of those you learn from being in that position more often.
Absolutely. So we're getting into 3/4 of the way through this game now. Now, it's interesting because Exeter definitely are just now sticking to the basics and doing them well. There's still urgency, but they know they're 2 ahead and they just want to play sensibly. M. Simon and Ducornu again in the middle here. 33 play, the gap's there.
Oh, that is superb. Just
lovely dive.
Lovely little hammer set up, tip back onto the inside. Beautiful pattern. If you just watch, I mean, the work of, she's just brilliant at making those extra yards. Like, she's so adept at manipulating the space and creating space for other people.
It's the cheeky pump, it's the looking here, coming in from behind there. And you could see Exeter very happy with that score. That's come straight off the training ground.
That has. It looked like an awkward setup. It looked like something that had maybe just, it wasn't as fluid, but I completely agree. I think that's something that they've designed, something that they've spotted that they want to use, and it's been executed to perfection. Oh, lovely interception, touch 0.
Again, Loughborough now looking and scrambling at options off their sweeper setup. They've got to be looking for further opportunities in that space. Exeter now, as I say, running their patterns, but there's definitely not as much edge, as it were, but they're just keeping it simple. M. Simon again, look at this. Absolutely wonderful. As we see now, Lawton-Davis underneath is going to look to scoop again. I think it's going to be played through there. It's called offside. Lawton-Davis looking now for the pass. He can't score. The ball is down. This now is looking like a fantastic display from Exeter. It's what they wanted, and it's just, as I said, they never stop. It's always just the fluid motion from one end of the pitch to the other, and they know they can score when they get there.
Yeah, and I think what's been really impressive, especially, if you're someone like Tim Osborne, for example, watching this, having a gander,
England
a couple of
men's
your
head
players.
coach, sorry.
Yes. What will be more impressive is Tom Lawton-Davis has been able to score from about 3 different platforms there.
Absolutely.
He's found the scoop, he's found the hammer, he's found the quickie. He's also, I think it was a sweeper earlier as well. he's found success in a whole manner of different areas. Also, the defensive prowess of some of the more elite members of this Exeter side have been spot on. I think have been absolutely faultless. So if you're someone who's involved in a high performance setup and you want to be looking at, you know, who you can pick up, who, you know, your players, are they making these improvements? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? Well, I think if you're looking at Tom Lawton-Davies, then you're saying yes, he absolutely has. I think he's been the difference maker in this semi-final and final of sorts, deciding the winner overall. But you can't count out Brad Murphy because he is just superb. But I think even he knows that 4 tries in 3 minutes.
It's the calmness of Brad. Again, he's calling the shots in here, being very clever. He knows what to look for. And it's the step there. He's always looking for opportunities. And just coming back here, looks like Exeter gonna giving another away a penalty here in the 7th for not moving forward. It's 2 again in the 7th for Exeter. They're going to need to be careful. They can afford to do that at the moment. And that on first touch, Loughborough, might not have been the right choice.
No, and I think from a coach's perspective, it's...
Don't throw a hospital pass on second touch.
No. You want to be able to make the most of your repeat sets. You want to be as efficient as possible, and to be efficient you need to be able to use all of the attacking sets provided to you. So when you get that repeat set of 6, throwing that long pass, the hospital pass, on what I think was first.
Yes, it was first or second.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
No. Again, something that these guys will learn. Oh, that is superb. Finish it, please. Oh, brilliant covering.
Simon and DeCornu again. What a pair these two are. Flipping it.
It was just like, you have the ball. No, you have the ball. I don't want it.
Reading each other so well. Excellent for that from Exeter.
Yeah, and it's defensive touches like that that make all of the difference. All of the difference. He recognised that the half was isolated. There was no one there to help. He couldn't throw the ball. Brad Murphy, looking a little bit disheartened, had turned his back expecting someone else to be there. And they just shoot out the line and make that touch. And you can't help but think that, you know, a couple more scores in this game, if they can do it, it just sends a statement out of what they are capable of.
Absolutely. But we see Exeter now looking to score again. They're enjoying this now. I think they know what's coming. M. Simon calling the shots in the middle here. Again, popping the ball underneath. Is that a lost control? No, referee's going to play.
I think that might be the first time there's been a miscommunication from Exeter with about 20 seconds left on the clock. It's the first time that something's not gone absolutely perfect for them. Oh, unlucky. She would have deserved that if it goes over. You've got 10 seconds. Try again.
M. Simon knows what's coming here. And Loughborough looking to...
Oh, that's a shame. The ref realises
that will be the end of the game, and that does mean that Exeter Hurricanes will be crowned the 2022-23 BUCS England Touch University Touch champions. And I tell you what, after a display like that, I think you can see why.
Yeah, they're really good value for it. The blend of experience and new up-and-coming talent. They just got spot on.
Absolutely.
You know, you're relying on people like Tom Lawton-Davies to, in times, grab the game by the scruff of the neck and go, you want to learn from someone?
Absolutely.
Learn from me and learn from how I do this. Absolutely. And I think for the younger guys in that team, the people that, you know, this might be their first tournament of touch.
Referee, stand by.
I mean, who better to learn from?
Absolutely. And the beauty is, we had a look recently, a number of England Touch players, but other countries as well, but certainly England Touch Opens players, the number of them that have been through this series and has started a platform. And you can see there, this is young talent, many of them either already in open squads or playing in under 20 squads, and it's a really, really good thing to watch, and we're just growing. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and it's events like this that grow the sport in general.
Looks like we're also going to be joined by Exeter captain Felix DeCornu after that wonderful display from Exeter. He'll be joining us shortly. At which point, Joe, with everything else I've got to do today, I'm going to say thank you.
No, thank you. It's a pleasure, as always. So yeah, as we wait for Felix to come and get
all
us.
I would say is stick with us. We've got 3 finals coming up. The plate final coming next, bowl final after that, and the cup final too. Be interesting to see who Exeter are playing. It was either going to be Bath or their own second team, which you know, could be an exhibition at this rate. I can't work out who potentially has won over on the pitch, but we'll find out. We'll find out. But it's going to be great nonetheless. Joe, thank you very much, and I'll see you very soon.
No problem. Thank you very much. So as we wait for Felix to come and join us, the captain for the Exeter team, who's going to come and talk about what it means to win, just want to remind everyone to stay with us. We're just going to hop off for one moment as he comes to join us. We'll be back in 30 seconds. So I'm joined here with the captain of Exeter, who have just won the University Touch Championships. First one. How does it feel, pal?
Honestly, it feels amazing. It's my first year in the uni, and I have the honour to captain them. So truly bringing that out there and everybody putting a huge shift and winning is just an amazing feeling. So we can't wait for the finals.
Yeah, definitely. And I think from a neutral's perspective, we saw the matchup and we thought that was going to be a really tight affair. There's going to be a couple scores in it. At the end, you guys just ran away with it. Half time, we heard you guys saying no mistakes. Just keep hold the ball, run through our processes, and this game is ours. Do you think you executed that in the second half?
Honestly, I think in the second half we stayed composed. We stick to what worked. We know what didn't work, and we just drilled it in. We went 100% every single time we could, and that's how the gaps opened up.
Yeah, and how valuable? I want to ask a question because I play against him in NTS, and I hate playing against him in NTS. How valuable is someone like Tom Lawton-Davies to this side?
Tom is an amazing asset to this team. Honestly, we didn't have him last CTC and we could feel it, but every time when he brings it out and he turns up, he just completely tears it on the field, and it's amazing to watch.
In the same breath, same question, Emily Simon, how does that help?
So Emily Simon is actually our coach for the HP team, and she's doing amazing. She's playing so well. She's keeping the structure in. She's staying cool on the field. What do you expect of her in the women's open training squad? So nonetheless, that's my coach, and I'm proud to call her my coach.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the way that you guys all played, you looked like a team that had been training together for years, and you looked very cohesive. Your tap-off move, especially, that looked like something straight off the drawing board. How consistent has that training been? And do you think, like, if it has been that consistent, is that really the overriding thing that has helped you win this championship?
I honestly think so. Our training at the start, we sort of cruising into our trainings, but then we realized, shit, we might have a chance. Oh, my bad. We might have a chance, so we're definitely going to put in the trainings. We've came from 3 trainings per week to 4 trainings, and 1 wasn't compulsory, but you still saw more than half the team rock up. So yeah, I think that definitely made the change.
Yeah, and from watching on the sideline, I think that was a really big difference. now. Welcome back to the first of the finals. I'm joined here by a very, very, very elite personnel, someone who's performed at the very top of touch. Josh Henderson, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, this is my first time commentating, so please bear with me. But we've got Oscar at the moment, number 11, trying to open. So nope, I thought he was going to do something there, but alas, he's unable to. But no, it's great to be at university tournaments. I was here last year playing, coaching Bath, and we managed to come away with the whole thing. But it's great to be here with a lot of my mates, to be honest. It's a nice little social catch-up, so yeah, thank you.
No worries, and we'll be popping back over to Josh in a second, just to talk about some of the more elite personnel, I would say, that we have on this field, because the university game is a big mix of elite touch players, more social touch players, people who are new to the sport, people who are well versed in the sport, and it's days like today, tournaments like today, that really expose what touch can do and how accessible it is for everyone. That being said, these two have already met today. It's going to be a very, very, very tight affair. If we look down the list, the one to look out for Cardiff, Stefan Prithrick, superb ball handler, superb passer, really good orchestrator of attack as well, very controlled person. Likes to have ball in hand a lot. We see him coming on now, just trying to work through their transition. And before they really roll into anything too extreme, something that we spoke a lot about today, is it true the team with the best transition often will come out on top?
I think so. I think if you look at it in a matter of getting from A to B, the team that can get there quickest and most effectively, A, holding onto the ball, but B, saving touches, they give themselves the most opportunities to have a crack at the line. And I think touch is a game where tries will be scored, tries will be conceded. And if you give yourself the better chance of scoring those tries, you win. As we look, Doggies, Lloyd against his brother today. Oh, Doggies trail. It looks like there's a score. I was going to say score, but hey, what do I know? So touch given there, maybe on his brother, I'm not sure. Steph making it there, but Steph on the roll ball. And let's see how Cardiff's transition fares. It's a difficult one in conditions like this today. Apparently, talking to some of the Bath people, it's like a bath soap, the old cliche. So let's see how Cardiff managed to get up the pitch.
Yeah, and I think something that both teams will be taking into account here is maybe playing a little bit. Oh, lovely hands. Oh. Touch made. Oh, just touch made. I thought that was superb feat to get around the covering defender. But like I was saying, something that both teams might be taking into account is playing just a little bit slower to ensure that the completion rate is as high as possible. When you're playing on a nice summer's day, as we were nationals last year, really lovely conditions, you can ping the ball around, you want to be throwing those long balls, you want to be running really direct, really fast. But on days like today, where it's windy, wet, the ground underfoot is coming up, it's not so easy to perform at 100% all the time. So maybe you've got to run at 80% just to ensure that you are giving yourself the best opportunity to get into attack. So, question for you. Yeah. From these guys who you can see on pitch, from your knowledge, who are the ones to watch?
I think the ones to watch from the Cardiff side would probably be Steph, number 10. I have the privilege of playing with him at Galaxy, so we had a nice little trip to Elche earlier this year. With Oscar, he had to put a bit of sun cream on, but we looked after him, so it was okay. And then I'm not sure, I watched a bit of the live stream earlier when I was coming up. There was that winger, I want to say her name was Kat. Little one-handed catch behind the back. That was Kat. Yeah, that I think if in conditions like this, if your wingers are performing like they are like that, feed them all day. I mean, last year we had quite a nice squad at Bath, but we had Ella on our wing, and you'd throw anything to her, she'd catch it. When you've got a winger like this in conditions like this, it makes such a difference. But then we flip it, we look at the Bristol team. They've got, I think, Lily Williams there, kind of stretching off. I hope it's not too bad. Just an orchestrator as a girl. It's such a key facet of your game, especially in the mixed game like this. But then Lloyd, I was about to big Lloyd up, but he's just throwing it away to nobody. So maybe hold off there. But you look at number 14, you've got Max. He's a great player. Ridiculously fitness fanatic. I mean, other month ran from Bristol to Bath, I think for charity, then decided to run back to Bristol just for the S and the G's. So it's going to be a close match, and I think the team who keep hold of the ball the most, they win. I mean, last year for Bath, we had a motto: 90% for 99% for 90%. So you split the pitch up into 10%, and for 99% of that pitch, you hold on to the ball, you keep it, you don't lose it. Because especially against some of these players, some of these teams, you lose it anywhere not near their line, you're punished. And today, Bath, we've been punished a few times where made a few silly mistakes. So hopefully we're holding on to it in this game.
Yeah, I think that's been a theme throughout the entirety of today, which is the team that has kept the mistake count to an absolute minimum and has, like you said, get from A to B as quickly as possible, have come out on top. At the moment, we're scoreless, 6 minutes in, 4 minutes to half time. Both teams just feeling each other out, I feel, and not really willing. It seems like this is someone's game to lose at the moment and not someone's game to win. And I think if they can change the perspective and change the way that they're addressing this game, both teams, as a game to be won and not a game to be lost, we'll see some more expansive touch coming in throughout half-time and the second half. That's Lloyd Dafford taking the ball down. Nice scoop. They look to feed around the shooter. Really good hands, exposed to 2-on-1, but the covering defender has done beautifully. That will be 6 more for Bristol. This is an ideal scenario. 6 more on the line. You want to look to use all of these touches, not take too many unnecessary risks. Be as efficient with your touches as possible. Good quickie, stepping back on the inside. Early dive. Good dive, but a brilliant covering touch there. Number 13 for Cardiff, Ella Plunkett. Really brilliant covering touch. Just stuffing out what was bubbling to be a dangerous attack from Bristol. Bristol looking to punish again. They take the short, little bit of an awkward setup, bounces on the outside, goes long, ball just goes through the hands. But from a Bristol perspective, that is the best attack you've had so far. You got over the line, if not for a brilliant covering touch. You got to take loads of positives from that.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think often teams overcomplicate attack. I think attack is, especially with a repeat set of 6, you've always got to crack at the line. Go early, first touch, second touch, and go at the line. Defences will show their hand. I think the best analogy I was told is, as Oscar picks up through the middle, I don't think he's realised the Bristol player's not on his team there as he's throwing it straight into him. But in defence and touch, I think we have to see it as a blanket. And bear with me on this. We've got a blanket that covers a bed, but it's just too small for the bed. As Oscar... Oh, dropped it there. Oh.
We take him.
There's no room for description on the scoreline, but there's always going to be a space. If we have a blanket on a bed that's too small for the bed, there's always going to be a space. As a defence, we've got to try and cover that space. As an attack, we've got to find that space. And there, Cardiff, somewhat fortunately maybe for Oscar, might see him afterwards, found that space. Oh, just watching the replay there. But it is against a game, especially in these conditions, of finding the spaces that are easy passes. We don't want to be throwing long as an attack. As a defence, we want to be forcing them to throw long. And as I say that, Cardiff's number... Oh, he's not turned around. Oh, turn around for me, please.
Bristol number 10.
Bristol number 10 has managed to run... Josh White has managed to run a little quickie. Oh, no, little splitter. Oh, wait, getting the replay. Yeah, it just looks like a quickie. Quickie on number 19, lost his footing in the conditions, which is, again, crack at the line. You never know what's going to happen.
No, and I think you've got to play the conditions a little bit in these scenarios. If you're relying on the perfect setups, the perfect platforms, you're going to be left waiting, unfortunately. And if you play the conditions and make sure that you put yourselves in as good a position as possible, you do get the rub of the green there, which was a really well taken score. Especially up the other end, they probably could have felt a bit aggrieved that score had gone against them. Oh, lovely little step. Score given. Steph's adamant. Ref's adamant. Cardiff are adamant. Cardiff going to half-time 2-1 up. Now, Josh, I've asked this question to quite a lot of the people who've come on with us today. For either team, one thing they've done really well, one thing that they need to tighten up going into second half.
I think we'll start with Cardiff because I can see them easy and they've just scored. I think they've held on to the ball. I think they've made less mistakes going forward and it's given them the opportunity to go at the line. I think to improve, Bristol looking a bit loose in their transition. I think we can put a bit more pressure on them, force errors. Errors today are high for every single team. So if you force more errors, you get the ball back in good positions. Whereas Bristol, they've looked good going forward and they ran out the line. That's one thing, it's one of my pet peeves, is when people run in line attack, in transition, and they slow down or they don't get the momentum, where Bristol now are going at the line. They're going forward, they're getting the opportunities. And Cardiff are painting a picture, they're giving them a shape. And now, if I'm the coach at Bristol, I'm going, okay, let's see where the wings are to start with. Are the long balls on? If they're not, we'll go at the line. We'll just keep going at the line. Because it's worked for them, they've scored, but I think they just need to, in defence, pack tighter. Ooh, too many of Cardiff's opportunities have been in your 33 channel, your 32 channel, which as a coach is a coach killer. We don't want to be scoring. We want to be conceding on our wings if we have to concede.
Yeah, completely agree. So going into this second half, Bristol have it all to do to turn this game around. Cardiff, I think, for the vast majority, seemed relatively comfortable. But Bristol towards the end just starting to force a couple errors, starting to ask a couple questions. Again, it's completely different to 40-minute games. 20-minute games, you've got to be able to adapt on the fly. You've got to be able to analyse, recognise and then rectify. If Bristol are able to do that going into this second half, I think they stand all of the chance to come away with this win. But as it stands, it's Cardiff's game to lose. Cardiff are in the ascendancy. They look more comfortable on the ball than Bristol do. They look like a more cohesive unit in defence. But if Bristol keep asking these questions, the probing questions, the ones that are forcing errors, forcing slips, forcing turnovers in transition, I think they'll really force it tight. I'm really hoping for a drop-off in one of these finals, to be honest. That would be the absolute ideal scenario, a big drop-off to end the day. We're just waiting for the tap-off to start and get underway.
10 seconds, stand by.
I wonder if we're going to see another slowish start and then bubbling into it, or if Bristol are just going to come out and go, you know what, let's leave it all out there. It's our last game of the day. We've performed well to get here. We don't want to leave thinking that we could have done more. We want to be able to leave thinking that we've done it all. We did all we could. The better team won in the end. If they don't get the result, this is going to be a big one. As I see someone walking past with a care package of San Miguel for some very, very, very worthy players. We love that. If there's anything you want after a day of touch, it's a big bag of cans. That's exactly what you would like. Bristol on the attack. Quickie, open side, dive. Really nice. Oh, I thought it was a touch given. No, score given. I think the players are appealing that he was onside, but the ref says, no, I don't agree with you, pal. Score given, 2-2, opens the game up completely.
Yeah, I'm just watching the replay here. I think Bristol just didn't panic. I think a lot of the times people panic. They go, oh, we don't know. In that play, oh, definitely made the touch. He probably wasn't onside. But hey, sometimes you need your luck. As Cardiff come on the attack, missed the touch there. And they're 6-7 meters past the 7 now, so they're looking to move into it. Run a short, Steph there, go short side. Oh, coach killer there, not defending your short side. So in touch, we've got our open side, where we've got more people, we've got our short side where there's less people. We want to always defend our short side because it's the easiest place to score. And there, Cardiff ran a simple short, one of the first plays when we get new people into touch, we teach them the short because it's a good fundamental play. And he's just ran it textbook there. Toucher pulls corner very square, leaves a very massive space for Steph, and he says, thank you very much, I will score right there.
Yeah, and I think what's becoming more evident now is, especially at this level, when you do have 3 or 4 players on either side who have experience at really high level, they're starting to recognise what the defence are running. and then selecting options to counteract the positives of that defence. They took a step back inside, beautiful ball, he just can't quite reel it in. If only he had go-go gadget arms, that ball would be in his hand, ball would be down, that'd be 3-all. But as it stands, 3-2. Cardiff still in the lead, although not as comfortable as we would have thought initially. 12 minutes gone. It's a lot more positive from Bristol, I've got to say. They look to be the team that is finding the most success at the beginning of this second half. But you know, Cardiff, with some of the players that they've got, you cannot count them out. It's a lovely little tip-off around the shooter. Lovely dummy. What a covering touch. What a touch. That's what you pay the big bucks for. Number 3, Lily Williams, just saying, yeah, you might have wheels, but I can dive at you and make that touch. And he tries to throw the long ball to kill it in the corner. Ball goes to the ground. And I think if you're Bristol there, you are very happy with that attacking set, because you were unorganised. You were not set in the way that you would want to. You were very vulnerable, and you were still able to scramble and negate the threat. Bit of a hard touch given there. On the line. On the line.
On the line.
We like a bit of physicality in touch. I mean, especially you, Nationals last year, men's final. Yeah. That was a physical game.
Yeah, to be fair, I think myself a few bruises from it. I think at one point, Horatio Price decided to shot me about 4 or 5 minutes in, but took it. Or just as the Bristol wingers taken it there to score a well-needed try for Bristol to bring it back to 3-3. But I think going back to the Nationals, I think as a player, I'm very lucky to, since my sort of junior career, to always have had players and coaches around me to tell me what to do. And I think my touch knowledge isn't the best, but I've always had, I shout names out, John Weston Stanley, Nathan Bork, but more recently went to university with Louis Trays, and just being able to spend most of my day, he lived like a minute away from me, so being able to spend most of my days with him, just learning, getting better, and getting better is what Steph is. Oh, I was going to jinx it there.
Oh, lucky.
No,
Get it down.
good touch. I would say that's a bit of the walk of shame in touch, having to go back to halfway. But I've been very fortunate with the teams, and to have Nationals last year, I think off the top of my head, 11-11 with Taipan scoring in the final play. But it's one of those things, in the team we had, just like Cardiff have there, there's a never say die attitude, and there's a bit of fight and a bit of determination in the entire game, and no opportunity is a wasted opportunity. And Cardiff have just shown it there. 5th touch, doesn't look like anything on, and a little bit of individual magic. I was, for work this week, I was at Roslyn Park for the Sevens, and me and the other rugby coach there were saying, games like this, where there's only 10, 15, 20-minute games, they're won on individual moments of magic, and that might have been the individual moment of magic for Bristol for Cardiff to score, as Bristol get a penalty. So that's the first penalty. I want to say it's against Oscar, which is, I was going to say unlike him, but I don't want to lie on TV, so. So there, Bristol running a quickie, worked for them earlier, step back, and Oscar's there as the saver. Good profile from him. If I'm Bristol now, I'm looking to be a bit more expansive. At the moment, they're playing very tight. But hey, what do I know? Gone straight through the middle there. I think Oscar's anticipating the pass. Looks like he bit in a bit too tight. Looks like he's been sold a dream, and he's back on the M4, back to Cardiff.
Yeah, it's lovely conditioning, in fact, because they run the exact same play before, but that pump, so that threat of the long ball just engages the middle, forces the middle to make a decision. Unfortunately, makes the wrong one, and Bristol just have that knowledge to execute that right play. But here's Stefan on the ball, trying to go open. It's a beautiful long ball. We've seen plenty of those. We've also seen that before. Cat in the corner. First one of the day was a superb score. Refs are just having a little conversation. It's like VAR, and they've given a forward pass. unlucky, but she is a finisher. She is an absolute finisher in the corner. We were saying earlier, what is she doing playing touch? Get in the NRL. You are a natural-born finisher on that winger. Bristol looking to transition, trying to be more direct. It's a much better transition. The yard's made. Yeah, it's a brilliant touch, but ref calls play on, and they're trying to engage. Lloyd Daffyd on the ball now, takes the ball down. They come back inside. Oh, if I would actually feel a little bit annoyed if that was called then, because you've got 3-on-1 on the outside, but I'm not a referee. I'm only on this side of the mic, not in front of it, but it looks like they're going for a sweeper setup. Now maybe back to the quickie. They go quickie, they go open side. It's a hard touch from Stefan. Easy call. Was even holding up the X as if to say, am I going to get forced up? Because I understand if I am. But Rev's like, no, it's okay. It's just a little one. This next touch will be quite another strong touch. They go for the short. Lloyd Daffyd trying to get round. Stefan makes the touch, diving off the line. That's what we talk about, painting pictures for the ref. Are you off the line trying to make that touch? Looks like another sweeper setup. They go for it. They try to go outside. He comes back in. Maybe the ball over the top was on. Ball starting to dry up. Just a touch. The rain has held off. Massive calls from the Bristol sub-box saying you've got a 3-on-2 this side. You've got to execute. They look to go long. It's a looping ball. Ball just goes to ground, and Cardiff have been let off there. 90 seconds to go. 4-all. Drop off. It could be, but not if Cardiff have anything to say. Does not look like they want to play a drop off. They want to keep going. Then that never say die attitude that you were talking about it earlier, that's so important. Stefan trucks the ball up the middle. Really good drive there. Coming towards the end of their transition now. They need to make good decisions. Lovely hands. Can he go all the way? Covering touch, and that's 5th. They'll have to create something from nothing now. 50 seconds remaining. They look to create something from nothing. Cut underneath. Really good touch. Cut wasn't deep enough. Touching player can make both. And now Bristol will have one more opportunity to go down the other end. Get the score that will stop the drop-off and take them through. Lloyd Daffyd trucking it up. Passing it off. Lovely continuity. Saving that touch. Playing just a little bit more expansive, chooses not to throw that ball. I love that decision. Do not take the risk. You've got 20 seconds. 20 seconds to get the score. 5th. It looks like they're going to scoop. Have they created an overlap? They feed it back on the inside. Ball down. And for my money, we're in a drop-off. Hooter will go absolutely any moment now. They'll take one touch. Here we go. 4-all. Drop-off. Now, you're someone who's been in a drop-off at very high level. What does it take? What are you looking for?
I'll add to that. I didn't actually lose a drop-off last year. I think with all my teams, I think I went 6 for 6. Basic play is you give it to Louis. But you need to create the overlaps. So, just to share my secrets here, what we normally do, we get up the pitch. If I'm captain, we'll always pick in a knockout game to defend first. Gives you tap off on the drop off because you never know what's going to happen. Get up there, you run county. So you get your mid to come across, drag to the link, step back, and you get that open side option. Either they bite, you throw long. So if you look at the Nationals final, ran that exact same play, went open side. James Barron, wonderful touch player, picked it up maybe a year and a half ago. It's I think GB captain for tag, so showing the transferable skills. Runs a wonderful line, and then we feed him. But then once you're up, it's about the time wasting. So there, Bristol almost caught Cardiff off guard there. The old-fashioned velodrome, cat and mouse race, caught them off guard. But now if I'm Cardiff, I'm making the most of this set. I'm keeping these 4 on, and I'm just going forward. If I've got Steph and Oscar on the pitch there with them, with their cat-like reflexes in the corner.
Nice.
Thank you. I've been working on it all day. I'm happy. We're going forward. Got to get Bristol dropping. Bristol going back, but now, see, they've slowed it down. Not the place. Oscar's turned him inside out. Steph. and that's how you go up in a drop off. Steph and Oscar probably played touch together for a good 5-6 years, multiple teams, and it shows there. They've got that little telepathy between them where they sort of know where each other are going to be, but now they've got to defend it out.
Yeah, just as we're watching the replay, the manipulation here, the little wrap, covering player just can't get there in time. Ball is clearly away. And as a winger, in those situations, especially in a drop-off, there is a temptation to come short. She stays wide, holds the space, is in acres of space when she receives the ball and is able to execute the score perfectly. Although Bristol coming back, have a repeat set of 6 on this line. Set of nice quickie. They look to go outside. Oh, lovely score. Dummies. The winger has to go just in case the ball is there. Covering defender just can't quite make the touch. We're 1-1 in the drop-off. 5-5 overall. There's the hooter. And if this is your first drop-off, we go down to 3. 3v3. And if you're thinking this is madness watching it on TV, you would be correct. It is madness, but this is how touch is played, and we love it. 2 males, 1 female, 3 on 3. This is it. 2 danger men on the pitch. They look to go open side. Just takes the touch, calms it down, wasn't set up properly. They're leaving Cat out there. They know. Josh has called it. Quickie step back, the hole's there. It's a really nice footwork, but it's a beautiful diving touch from Bristol, and now Bristol can have an opportunity to go up the other end and reply with menace. It looks like they're just going to try and get fresh legs on and make sure that no one's knackered. Looks to take him around the outside, just wants to engage that touch. Really good sub-in move. Fresh legs are on against a tired Cardiff side, and she tries to take him around the outside. There's the feet. Does he have the pace to go in the corner? Yes, he does. That's all the way. That is all the way. And Bristol, against the run of play for the majority of the game, are going to... has it been called? Yes, they are going to take it. Commiserations to Cardiff, but the grit and heart shown by Bristol there to turn it around. Really well defended on the 3-on-3, and then just has the fresh legs, sends it open side, goes round the outside, and that is all she wrote. Josh.
Wow.
Bloody hell, what are you saying?
I think we mentioned earlier, I think it was Cardiff's game to lose as they sort of got the ascendancy in the game. And I think when you go in the drop-off there, they had about 20-25 seconds left, and they were still competing in the touch. And I think in a situation like that, if you go over to the higher levels, you go, okay, we've got 20 seconds left. We have a buffer of 3 penalties. It's a very high risk play. I'm not disputing that, but you've got to play the game. You've got to go, okay, we're just going to sit off. We'll concede a penalty. That's going to waste 10 seconds. We'll concede a penalty. That's going to waste another 10 seconds. And then you use that. And I just don't think towards the end, Cardiff used the ball as much as they could have. And Bristol took full advantage. Saw the overlaps when they were there, saw the space when they were there, saw the potential mismatches in the middle of the field on the wings. And yeah, I think Bristol were good in that game, and I think they, on the balance of it, I think they deserved it towards the end.
I would completely agree, and I think Bristol are going to enjoy their celebrations. Yeah, so we have amazing. So we have the captain. We'll just wait for him to pop his headphones on. It's all good, pal. So we were just saying there, it felt like in that coming into the second half, that was Cardiff's game to lose. Felt like they were in the ascendancy. You guys just had that never say die attitude, kept going, forced the drop off. They scored in the drop off. You replied, you D it out and go up the other end and score. How does it feel?
Oh man, I can't tell you how much we wanted this. Like, genuinely, like we've just been getting better and better all year. And we have a bit of a rivalry going on with Cardiff. We're sharing the bus back with them. We really wanted this, especially for Lloyd, his big brother Steph plays for Cardiff. You know, it means a lot to us. I'm just really happy for the team. Everyone deserved it. Like, we played so hard, did everything we wanted.
Yeah, and I think against a couple of the guys, you know, from that Cardiff side, you've got some really accomplished players there. Stefan, notably. Did it come into your mind that you just wanted to shut him down going into that second half and then launch attacks off the back of that, or was it game plan as usual?
Yeah, I mean, with the weather as well, our defensive policy was shut. It was, you know, stay tight. They've got Steph and they've got Oscar running the mids. You know, you don't want that 32-channel open side being an option. So we were saying, shut that down. I mean, definitely, we neutralised them, and I thought we made really good use of our attacking opportunities, kept calm, made the most of them.
Yeah, and I think it would be fair to say, just last one before I let you go and enjoy that win, because you're sharing the bus back with them, which is just phenomenal. What I would love that, and hate it if I was on the other end of it. Last thing, training. We spoke to Exeter earlier. They said training was the most important thing in their win. What about you? Have you trained much? Is this something that you've been able to piece together over the last tournaments, or have you been able to get some cohesive training going to build these structures?
I think tournament practice is the biggest thing for us. I mean, we only have one training session a week. We only have one squad. You know, teams like Exeter, Bath, Loughborough, they're growing. They have more people to choose from. We're one team at the moment, and that's why I'm so proud of these guys. Like, everyone puts it in all the time. They do exactly what we ask of them. So to be honest, I think chemistry and team unity is something that we have over a lot of teams. That, I mean, you saw it out there. Everyone was absolutely blowing, but like, honestly, couldn't have asked for anything more.
Yeah, congratulations! It was a brilliant game. I'll let you go enjoy your celebrations. Go get a tinny in you, mate. I think you've deserved it. We're going to take a very quick break there. We're just going to say a quick goodbye, and we'll be back with the final in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Just a silly boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in it.
It all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
hands in. Come on, Dennis. Tight. Eyes up, tight. Pressure.
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hey! 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 One for the ref, hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref.
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
And we are back with the penultimate game of this University Touch series. This is Nottingham versus Exeter 2s. This is teed up to be an amazing game. Nottingham in the yellow strip, looking like Australia from back in the day. If this is anything like the last game, this is going to go absolutely right to the wire. Just a turnover there. Unforced error, unfortunately, from Nottingham, trying to move through the gears, and it gives Exeter a good opportunity to launch their transition from deep. Yeah, really well worked down the side from Exeter. They get fresh legs on nice and quick. Nottingham need to get up and put pressure on their transition. Lovely scoop, look to go open side. This is fifth coming, they need to go direct. Static doesn't help you here. And it's just gone down, unfortunately. So as Nottingham move into their transition and try and find some more get-go forward. If you missed the game earlier, the Exeter 1s actually won the championship overall on points in their game against Loughborough. So this Exeter side should be coming into this game with plenty of confidence and passion to get the win. Although Nottingham is coming open side, 2-on-1, and they find it in the corner. Brilliant diving touch there from Exeter. That looked for all the money to be a beautiful opportunity to score, but it just hasn't quite fallen their way. Exeter again trying to find success with their transition. It's a little bit stagnant, little bit static. It's a really good defensive nudge there from Nottingham, really forcing Exeter under some pressure. This is fifth now, they've got to do something. The strike, I think that should be 6 more. No, end of set. I think that's a bit of a tough call, but referees are always consistent in that respect. Nottingham now trying to really make it pay, and this is a different side to the Nottingham that we saw earlier. The Nottingham we saw earlier that play in pink, and Nottingham Trent. This is Uni of. So if we had those on the live stream today, that would have been a tasty little derby. Really well run here. Lovely scoop, the pace to go through. Can he find... Is that ball down? 6 given, beautiful covering touch there. Just to snuff out the danger when it looked like it was really getting to a point where Exeter were looking under a lot of stress. But Exeter, again, trying to transition. Their transition has been very readable from Nottingham, and they've made an unforced error. Just surrendering possession to Nottingham, giving them a repeat set of 6 on the line. Now this is the situations where Nottingham really wants to turn the screw. It's 0-0, 3.5 minutes gone, not a lot of time left. Nottingham want to make the most of this, extend the lead out, and build on it for the rest of the day. Like I say, this is the penultimate game of the day. Is that going to be given? Oh, sideline ref says he's in touch before the ball has been grounded. Good speed, though. Good speed shown. Exeter again struggling to get into their transition. It's making life very, very, very hard for themselves. They're always looking to find specific overlaps. They're always looking to find momentum in their transition, but this is an absolute clinic on how to defend a transition from Nottingham. They're forcing their errors, and they've had to scoop, and Exeter have had to scoop from their own half to try and get some go forward, and it's an easy turnover for Nottingham. This is brilliant field position now for Nottingham to launch their transition and ensure that they can run this hard. I think they're asking for a different ball. Just a little break in play there. So, I am just being joined by my co-commentator. We've had a little bit of a rejig with comms today, just last minute thing coming up. So we're adapting on the fly. I'm going to let you introduce yourself, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Dan Harrison here, part of the referee team today. Sadly, not one of the players who look like they're having a lot of fun, but thanks for having me.
No worries at all. This is tipped to be a really, really good game. What we've seen so far, I'm not sure if you're aware, is Exeter have put a lot of pressure on, but Nottingham have absolutely crucified them in the transition. Nottingham are shutting down the Exeter transition very quickly, very efficiently. More often than not, Exeter are having to scoop from their own half to try and get launch any sort of attack. But as you can tell from the scoreline, it's still 0-0. Nottingham are yet to find the cutting edge in attack that they have found in defence. This is a good opportunity for Exeter to launch something now, though, with a penalty in their own half, allowing them to move the ball forward. Good scooping opportunity. Set something up. They look to go wide, easily scrambled in the corner.
Yeah, it's interesting, the transition area, because it's just started to get a little sticky and muddy underfoot. So that transition is going to be a lot more difficult to keep the ball stable, square, and get the ball up and down quickly. So in a lot of ways, the defence are able to put a little bit more pressure on, but they've got to be careful that they don't overcommit, and a little fly play will open up some space. So I can imagine that this is going to stay pretty tight with the conditions being as wet as they are, even though the sun is just starting to break through beautifully now.
Yeah, finally. It's been overdue. I've been under here all day, chatting to the lovely people watching the live stream. I've got to confirm, my socks are wet, my shoes are wet. I feel like I'm evaporating. I've got that much water on me now that the sun's come out. But I've got the touch here to keep me entertained. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else here on Saturday. I've got to say I'm a little bit surprised. 7.5 minutes in, no score on the board. This is a final. We were saying earlier with Josh Henderson that came and joined me on co-coms. It seems like in some of these finals, as Nottingham try and go around the outside, it's really unlucky. It just didn't quite get hands there. It seems like teams are approaching these finals as a game to be lost rather than a game to be won. And I think, as we saw with the Bristol-Cardiff game, Bristol taking it right under Cardiff's nose at the end, 3-on-3 man drop-off, right at the very end, at the depth. It was that never say die attitude that got Bristol the win. And they realised that this was a game to be won rather than a game to be lost. And as we say that, number 70 for Exeter has gone roaring through. That's Alex Brownfield going through, but it's going to be called back for a diving touch. What a try. That's a guaranteed try saver. Oh. Guaranteed try saver.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Game to be lost. It makes sense. I think nerves are starting to kick in. You're starting to see a little bit of apprehension. Ultimately, finals football does strange things to people, and it makes you really, really start to question whether you're going to give the pass or hold it, or whether you can take that pressure pass and get over the line. But what a sensational touch in the corner there to save that. That could make the difference as we head towards the first half concluding.
Yeah, and I think everyone's very quick to be, oh, out the back pass, 30-yard pill. Yeah, no, try savers. Try savers win you games. Absolutely win you games, and that has kept Nottingham in it for all of their ascendancy in this first half. That try saver has kept it at 0-0, and if they can score before half-time goes, they'll be thanking the try saver for allowing them to do so. But, as we've seen, just lacking a little bit of that cutting edge in attack. Similarly, with Exeter are really struggling to launch attacks from deep, from their transition. They get fresh legs on very quickly, but they surrender too much field position to Nottingham, and Nottingham are able to just apply the pressure and force them to have fifth in their own half. As we're seeing here, again, the transition is static. They're only just getting fresh legs on here. I believe that's fourth touch. This is fifth coming. So they've got a scoop from their own 10. Unsure. Okay, I think the ref has called it back. I think he's deemed for it to be a hard touch. I was unsure whether he was allowing that play to develop just to see where it was going, whether there was any advantage to be played, as we know refs are encouraged to do when applicable. But brought it back for the penalty. I think there might be one more.
That's it, half time.
That's half time. It's not often we get a game in touch that's 0-0 at half time. I think this game is just begging for someone to grab it by the scruff of their neck and really make it theirs.
Absolutely. I think one solitary moment of magic in attack, a scoop or some kind of transition play, something just to release a little bit of space from a defence that clearly is quite aggressive. You can see Nottingham coming up, putting pressure on the midfield, stopping that last transition at the 10-metre, and it was just unfortunate that it was from a Nottingham perspective that it was a hard touch. But if they can keep that pressure on in this second half, it might create some space for them. Equally, Exeter, like you were saying, just need to get a little bit more go forward, a little bit quicker up and down, and that might give them an opportunity. In the 3 minutes that I've been here, I don't think I've seen Exeter really have a line attack apart from a breakthrough. It'd be nice to see some ball on the attacking side, see if we can get some pill over the line.
Yeah, I think that's what we all want. We all want some absolute pills thrown, but at the moment it's a very cagey affair. Both teams not really looking to overexert themselves. Neither team wants to give the upper hand to each other, but in doing that are also limiting what they can do and aren't, delving into their playbook that can unlock these defences. They're both unwilling to show that hand in fear that it is countered by the other team. And, Exeter, even though they've not really had any sort of attack, have been pretty timid in defence. I would be happier as a player in an Exeter shirt right now, because Nottingham will be over there going, we've done this, we've done that, we're shutting them down in transition, but we're still 0-0. So that frustration will start to creep in if it's 0-0 or 1-1, or if it's still even going into 15, 16, 17 minutes. Exeter have the upper hand because Nottingham are frustrated. Nottingham will be worried. Nottingham will be, we've done everything. We're high pressing in defence, but we're still not getting the rub of the green. Whereas Exeter will be switching that mindset and going, well, they are shutting us down, but they're not scoring. We're still level. We're still in this. One score makes the difference. If this is 0-0 and there's a score on 1959, God forbid, I'll go insane. But as it stands, it's still 0-0. Exeter could do a double here. We've got Exeter later on in the final. We've also got Exeter ones winning overall. This is Exeter fours that could win here. I mean, could it really be considered a clean sweep a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, they're so strong, Exeter, being able to bring 4 teams to a tournament like this. I mean, that's sensational and great work to their club for having that volume of players that are playing competitively and actually putting teams in finals. I mean, that's great work and a great indictment to the way that their club is building. Bit of play developing there. I think we got a penalty. Looks like it might have been a hard touch, and I think the ref needs to let the Exeter team know where that mark is before they're able to get going. I'd absolutely agree with your assessment. I think at half-time, Exeter need to come out with a pep in their step and actually say, right, we're going to get a hand around the scruff of the game. Really, here we go. Very strong dive there, hard luck, just a touch in time. So I think the opportunity is there for somebody to put their stamp on this game and actually just say, right, we're going to win this game. We're not going to just rely on a defensive pattern and then one individual moment of brilliance. I think there is a really, really strong opportunity here for Exeter to put their mark on it. Equally, if you're Nottingham, I think it will be very interesting to see if they continue to just defend resolutely, but you can't win if you don't score. Here we go. Fantastic score by 43 there.
Brilliant score, and that's what we spoke about. Nottingham throwing the kitchen sink at Exeter. Exeter having one attack in the game that we've just seen. They've recycled the ball really well on the far side. They work it here. They take a touch in the middle, split out onto the outside. The link is just on the outside of his opposite man, and the natural pace. It's just enough to get him over the line. And now if you're Nottingham, this is panic time. This is really, really stressful because you've thrown the kitchen sink at them. You've been shutting down their transition. You've had the vast majority of the ball in the first half, but you haven't quite gotten over to that score. But you will. What a score. What a score. I thought he probably should have gone round the outside, but that shows me what I know. What a brilliant score. Beautiful feet.
Yeah, here we go.
Number 19.
Great finish.
Number 19, Harry Cooper, just right foot whack, get on the outside. Left foot, get on the inside, get low, dive, perfect, perfect. If you're wondering why in touch you don't, there's no contact dive, there's no big, it's because you want to get low to the ground, dive from as far out as possible. Remember, you've got your wingspan in your favour and you've got the length of the ball on top. So if you're really tall, you could dive from about 10 metres out in wet conditions and still make it. That's what we like to see in touch. Nottingham trying to put it back on again. Is this game going to explode into life now? I think that will be six more given. Yeah, ref agrees. Ref agrees. 6 more given. For Nottingham now, this is where you can put the pressure. I can't help but feel like another score here, it puts all of the pressure back onto Exeter. At this point in time, Exeter is still happy. Exeter is still really happy. 1-1. No problem. Absolutely no problem. We back ourselves to create one moment of magic to unlock your defence. But if you go 1 down and you don't reply, that, the thoughts of, well, if they get another one, we've got to get 2. If they get another one after that, we've got to get 3. You don't want to be left in those situations. You want to have confidence in your own ability and put yourself in the best position to get the win at this final. That's a really nice little sweeper though, trying to go on the outside, look for the far player, but really dominant call there. She knew she made that touch. She was having no bones about it.
Yeah, love this. And it's exactly what we spoke about at half-time. 1 score each. You felt that Exeter might, with a solid D set, have been able to hold out and then apply a little bit of pressure, but Nottingham came back at a rate of knots and put a score in, and then even better, backed it up. Absolutely backed it up with a stop on the 10-metre line, and now they're back into line or line defence. They were in line attack. The thing that's great about this is that Exeter now will feel that they can build something, but equally at 14 minutes in, there's only 6 minutes of this half left. So equally to your point, Exeter just need to stay composed, complete their sets, get up the field, and that one moment might make all the difference. And you will feel that maybe Exeter's experience and the volume of players, they've got some great coaches here who will help them manage the game scenario. All it will take is a little bit of pressure to be applied to Nottingham, and that might cause a little wobble, that misstep in D or not quite hitting the line in a repeat set. It's going to be a really interesting next 5 minutes, and I can't help but feel that whoever gets a repeat set near their line, they're going to capitalise on it, and if they capitalise on it, that might be all she wrote.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree. I think also for Exeter, this is the opportunity to, individually, for some of these guys, you've got 4 teams. This is the 4th team. You can start to stake claims for teams 1 and 2 if you win here with a dominant performance. And we saw in the game previous in Cardiff, Bristol, you don't have to be the team on top because Bristol weren't.
Nottingham.
Hang about. She just crept over. Oh my word. What has happened here? Little touch, feed out. Cool, nice and square. 32 short, hit the wrap. Oh, lovely wrap. What a line. The J line coming off the back of that. So hard to stop when done at pace. Now Exeter need a reply. Exeter, go for the hammer. So, I thought Shooter might have been walking that very, very, very fine line. Really nice hands there. They're going back this side. Oh, interception! Can he go full length? He looks like he can. He's got the legs. Dive in the corner. Coast to coast. Honey Badger, eat your heart out in the yellow strip, looking like the Australian side. Eat your heart out.
The only thing he was missing was a headband, I reckon. Love that. The badge gets over. Yeah, that's his new name. I like it. Honestly, you got to back this stuff up. What a sequence. 45 seconds to turn that around for Nottingham. Really, really solid set. The thing that was great about that second Nottingham score as well, 32. Just a simple 32. Not a complicated setup, but absolutely hitting the line right, splitting the Nottingham defence, and then backing that up with a great intercept. And that was a gamble. On their line, that was a gamble to go up like that, but he's a big tall fella and he's absolutely gone up, claimed that ball and then run a full 70 metres or whatever it is, a long way anyway. Certainly not what I would want to do at this time of the day.
No, definitely not. And I'll tell you from experience, the last time I made an interception close to my line, I fed it straight off to someone else because that's not something that I want to do. My hamstrings are fragile as they are. But as it stands, 2.5 minutes to go. Nottingham up. There's just an error creeping in there. This gives Exeter a little bit... Oh, no. Just told to retake the roll ball. No dramas. No qualms. And they look to drive. Nottingham look a lot more comfortable now. They understand 2 minutes to go. All they've got to do is see this game out in the most efficient way possible, and they will have the bragging rights. Really well worked. Lovely hands. Massive gap. Oh, ball should have gone. He wanted the pump fake. He wanted the big dummy. Didn't quite come. And it just goes to ground. It's really well scrambled there from Exeter, to be fair. They closed off the gap. The only option available to the ball carrier was to go out wide, and when it didn't happen, Exeter could scramble and get back in the ascendancy. But trying to transition. This is something that we saw a lot from Exeter. Very lateral transition, not making any ground going forward. Nottingham can just crab across to one side and cut out all of the threat. This is where you need to scoop. Oh, unlucky. Ball's just gone to ground. I think there'll be a hard touch. If you're wondering at home, you're watching this at home and you're wondering what constitutes hard touch, and don't worry, I've been pinged for many of them in my time. It's the full extension of the arms, pushing through a player, or that locked elbow that fully stops someone's progression. Anything that really throws someone off their centre of balance, you run the risk of the refs giving it a hard touch. And more often than not, when it's not a fair contest, it will be given, and I think fairly so. As much as we want physicality in touch, we also want it to be equal physicality. I think that's the best way to put it. It is a minimal touch sport, but the physicality measure needs to be equal on both ends, especially in the mixed game. It's very important. But 40 seconds to go. Can Exeter put a good account of themselves out? I think that might be given as turnover ball for loss of control.
Not advancing.
Penalty for not advancing. Thank you. This is it. 20 seconds to go. You want to finish with a flourish. 3-2 score in a final as a fourth team against a university's only team. I think you can say that that's a pretty successful outing. Although with less than 10 to go, the hoot is going to go any minute. Nottingham are going to take it, and they're going to be ecstatic to do so. Really, really well run. I think there was a couple queries about drop off there, but for me, never, always 3-2. Really brilliant game. What was your assessment of that from an Exeter perspective?
Yeah, I think, again, if you're Exeter, you're potentially looking at that and saying that we had all the line attack and we had all the moves. I mean, you could see an ML or a hammer as it is known otherwise. A great attacking setup, but not enough times at the line to actually show what they had on offer. That being said, to do what they did with the ball that they had, great skills. So fair play to Exeter for turning up and putting a really strong performance in and keeping it as tight as that. Equally, I think that they can hold their head up high in defence as well, because that was a strong Nottingham side with some great feet.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that brings us to the end of the penultimate game of today. Be back with us, 5 minutes, final game, and I think it's going to be an absolute cracker.
if you see them, sweep up, watch the ball,
We'll be having. It's rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. So just come up if you're worried about being run round. Come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensively. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourself, okay? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a silly boy. Born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win.
The ball starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Ready? Let's go.
Hands in, come on, Ems.
tight. Eyes up, yeah, go on. Pressure.
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref, hip hip! One for us!
And one for the ref. Go on, Durham!
Really casual.
Edinburgh, you come and join us very shortly. Edinburgh, you can make the way to the clubhouse race up, that's the plan. I think that's the next score, that's much
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having
It's rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite,
It overlaps.
including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
1, 2, 3.
Whiz!
So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
Work hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourself, okay? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
Keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get them away.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in, come on then.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, tight! Dragon, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
That was brilliant. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
Hello and welcome back. This is the final game, and what a game we have. Exeter already secure. Bath wanting to go out and really make a statement. These are the 2 teams that can really cause damage, but can anyone take down this dominant Exeter side? That is the question. We have all of the other Exeter teams, all 3 of the other teams, gathering around the pitch in support of their one. But what a beautiful pill straight over the top. What a score to open the game. Big right to left pill. Beautiful hands from the winger getting it down. Absolutely superb start. Huge pick-up. Beautiful start, really well manipulated in the middle, securing the ball, and then a beautiful ball over the top. What a pill, caught right on the line, beautiful finish. What a start, absolute breathless start. We're a minute in. Exeter down the other end, trying to return the favour. This Exeter side has been absolutely dominant in attack, led by the likes of Tom Lawton-Davies. Oh, what a pill. Anything you can do, I can do better. What a ball, what a catch, what a score. And what a start. And I suppose, what better time to introduce my co-commentators.
Hello, I'm Sammy Phillips. I'm the head of the coaching for England Touch, and just here joining you on this lovely now sunny afternoon.
Yeah, you've come when it's not raining. But what a start we have to this final day, final game. One team you think wouldn't really mind if they didn't win. They've already secured the championship, but no, that is not the case. Exeter want to come out here, do a clean sweep, show that they are the dominant force, but Bath are not going to lie down and take it willingly. They are going to fight all of the way. They do not want to just allow this Exeter side a free shot at their line. Bath getting the repeat set of 6. This is the ideal platform to launch an attack. You want to be able to use all of your touches in this attacking set, but Bath have the experience to know that. Quickie steps inside, then back against the grain. Really good defensive touch by Ben Lenouri there.
And also, by the way, I had to make lots of yours.
Exeter's defence has been so good, only shipping 2 tries to Loughborough. Really nice setup there, though, from Exeter. Gets on the outside. Oh, lucky, really fits past, but the defensive positioning from the winger was absolutely superb. And we spoke to this man earlier, Felix, driving it up in the transition, was over the moon with the result of winning overall before the final. Now he's in the final. I'm sure he's not focused on what has happened at all. Just wants to secure this win, finish on a high, keep moving. Really nice work there from Exeter. Feed it out to the wing. If she can score, that will be amazing. What hands, the core skill. You don't have to know touch, you've just got to be able to catch and pass at pace. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Tom Lawton-Davies there, just picking up there and fixing his defender, and just that lovely little offload just at the right time to enable the hands to the wing. Fantastic work.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen Tom do all tournament. Is he picks a line, goes, if someone bites on him, he offloads quickly, so the next ball carrier has enough time to make the right decision. And for someone that young, it's a bit of a joke that you've got that knowledge and that experience in the decision making to nearly always pick the right decisions. As it stands, 2-1 to Exeter. Bath need a reply. They look to go open side. That's a game plan. They've gone for the pass. She's got hands like glue. The ref wave play on. Try given. That's 2 for 2 in the corner. I don't think we're going to be able to get a word in. It's going to be try.
It really is end-to-end stuff for the moment. This is exactly the kind of final that we want to see, and we're just so excited that Bath are bringing it to Exeter today. What a lovely ball there to score on the wing.
Yeah, and all three of the other Exeter teams at the bottom of the pitch chanting, "Allez, allez, allez." They know that they're here to win. They know that they're here to be dominant. But Bath are giving a good account of themselves. What a pill. She steps back on the inside. Winger doesn't make the touch. Is that ball down?
They're covering the mid so well.
Just waiting. We've got a player down. As we said earlier, if there's a big injury on the pitch, the time does not stop. It is run on. 4th touch. Covering touch made by the link. Exeter now have an opportunity. You'll have 1 strike dump. You want to make it count. Looks to go open side. Hammer. Feeding the winger. Can the winger score in the corner? Yes, she can. She's in acres of space. And this is just a shootout. An absolute shootout. Shout out Tom Hardy. Reggie Cray. A shootout is a shootout, and we've gone 3 for 2 in as many minutes. Superb work by Exeter, being denied in one corner, feeding it out, running the hammer. Really lovely hammer setup, engaging the mid, early ball out. Matthew Johnston probably hasn't been mentioned as much as he should be, but their core skills there. Received the ball off the floor, quick, crisp pass, knew exactly where the winger was. 6 minutes in, 5 scores. Bath come again, attacking this near side. Ball just goes to ground. Even in these 6 minutes, we can see a clear game plan from both teams. Bath trying to attack this short side. Exeter want to spread Bath as much as possible, attacking down either wings, allowing the pace of someone like Tom Lawton-Davies just to get on the other end. But here's another one, Ben Lenouri off to Tom Lawton-Davies. Tom Lawton-Davies back in the middle. looks to scoop, picks his line, beautiful flat ball with Ben Lanuri, just can't reel it in. Bath on a transition, they want it nice and crisp, lovely touch taken up the middle. But as we've seen all day, Exeter run this beautifully organised Pistons defence that really shuts down any available gaps in the midfield. The only team that's countered it on the live stream, especially with Loughborough being able to play flat passes around the outside. What a beautiful ball! Oh, she's in English space. Can she feed it back inside? She can't. He dives to the corner, but the covering touch is excellent. What a few minutes of touch. These 7 minutes have been insane. It's games like this where you wish they were 40 and not 20.
Absolutely, and these long balls are absolutely insane. It's incredible to see now that the sunshine's come out, what kind of passing's going on with all of the better ball and dry weather. So yeah, bring it on. This is a fantastic final. Let's see what Bath have to offer now.
Yeah, 3-2. Bath will want to go into half-time level or in the ascendancy to really show that they're here to play. But you've got to do better than that. This Exeter defence is really well drilled. We were talking to Felix earlier, saying that he had a lot of training sessions with this team. You know, they had 3 training sessions a week, 4th that wasn't mandatory, and on the 4th day, there was still 2/3 of the squad coming to train, which shows the desire, and they get the reward by doing out what is a very, very, very talented Bath attack. They're an attack that aren't scared, that don't want to take the easy route. Oh, lucky the ball just goes to ground. Bath really throwing the kitchen sink now. It's not even half time, and it feels like this is the final 2 minutes of the game. The way that they're attacking it, they're not leaving anything out there. The first 2 finals that we saw on live stream, in both games, it was probably applicable to say that it seemed that the players had the mentality of it was a game to be lost. Well, that is not the case here. It is a game to be won. That was a little bit of a high shot, but not a lot of force in it. Play on is called and turnover ball. 4 ball down. It's a really good field position there for Bath to launch an attack, but the defensive pressure from Exeter is just too good. And Bath tried to sub in defence, which is not something that anyone would advise you to do. It looks like 6 more has been given there. Yeah, 6 more given. A couple meaty shots going in now on the danger man, Tom Lawton-Davies. He feeds it off. We know what he wants to do. He wants to scoop. He wants to scoop. They get the ball down. They take their time. Exeter very patient in attack. Only unleashing their weapon when it's absolutely necessary to do so. Here's Tom Lawton-Davies, goes for the pill. What a flat ball! Oh, I think he's just taken it out of the winger's hands right at the very last moment. But if you're Exeter here, you've got to be over the moon without this first half is gone. Bath may have scored twice. You've only scored 3 times. But the way that the scores have gone in have been absolutely superb. You cannot say that Exeter did not defend well for both of Bath's scores, and it's taken Bath to be the absolute best that they could be to unlock this Exeter defence. Refs are just having a little conversation. And that is half time. So, we said this earlier when I was talking to Josh Henderson. If you're someone of the likes of Tim Osborne, looking at this game, looking at your experienced players, your Tom Lawton-Davies, your Ben Lanuri, how pleased must you be that they can carry a team with not a lot of experience through these moments, especially when they're tough? It's a very, very even game. How proud and how impressed must he be that they're able to keep going, keep relying on structure, not resorting to panic, just staying the course and showing what they can do.
I think the key thing is that it shows exactly how much training has gone into this team. You can see how well drilled they are, how well connected they are in defence. They're talking to each other. They're not. They're in all the right positions, and that's really key. Obviously, Emily Simon there, part of the women's open squad under Ben Powell. She's very instrumental within this team as well. And I'm sure all of the kind of opens coaches are looking at these athletes now and just looking at how the standard of the game has risen in this country within the university channel, and it's fantastic to see this development, and it's no small feat of these Opens players bringing that standard and quality of the training that they're getting within the high performance program into the university touch championships.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. It does absolute wonders for the exposure of the sport and bringing more people into the sport, which is, at the end of the day, as much as these competitions are here to be won, there is a greater aim, which is to raise the profile of the sport, raise the level of the sport overall, and it's these individuals who perform at high performance level that then come and impart all of that knowledge to people who don't have that exposure, probably won't get the opportunity to, but they do now because of how transparent these elite players are, going, okay, this is what I've learned, this is what has worked for me, let's do this, let's run this, let's really implement some of the things that we're trying to do at high level, but let's do it in a simpler way, so it's more translatable for all of the players regardless of touch specific ability. And I think that's something that's a testament to the coaches that you've got in high performance right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you hit the nail on the head there when you said it's those little like behaviours and conditioning that they're learning. It's not about the big plays that you might see over in the NCL. It's all about those all those key things like getting your body positioning right, reading cues, and getting your basic skills really solid so that you can then build on that platform to develop your skills further. Touch, in essence, is a simple game, but we love to overcomplicate it at elite level. But in essence, it's great to see the participation. And here we go again, second half.
Yeah, and what a second half it's teed up to be. These are two teams that really want to die on their sword today. If they've got to lose, they've got to lose on their terms. Oh, just a look. Again, I think that's the only time on live stream that I've said that there's been a miscommunication between Tom Lawton-Davies and Ben Lanuri. They just seem to be always on the same page regardless of what's thrown at them. And a very rare occasion of maybe not quite on the same page, but it doesn't matter. They recycle the ball, they get the set, and they're going to attack again. And if you can hear it, the Exeter team at the bottom of the pitch absolutely chanting their lungs out to try and suck their teammates over that try line and get a score that would help secure their victory. But Bath aren't going to let that happen easily. They look for the quickie, steps back inside, Ben Lanuri, beautiful pass, but the link just can't quite reel it in for the score. If she'd caught that and collapsed over the line, that looked for all money to be a guaranteed score. Now Bath are going to have to transition in a very tough position, but they've done really well to find yards up the middle, allowing fresh legs to come on straight away. This is third, coming up to the line, that's fourth, this is fifth coming. Just a little slip, but she's not interfered. Unlucky, she's just been given a loss of control there. But I think that shows the rain has really taken the toll on this pitch, and players are starting to lose their footing a little bit more often. But Exeter now on the run. Nice transition again. They're going to get into the red zone with touches to play with. Really nice setup. Here we go. They want to run. They want to be direct. This is fifth. Goes short side. Shows the burners. Gets the ball away to Emily Simon. The ref's calling touch and pass. Yeah, brilliant spot there from the ref. He's always eagle-eyed. He's the one ref I don't ever want to play on when I'm on the same pitch, because you can't get away with anything. Some of the underhand stuff trying to do, like, maybe grab a ball in the ruck, but it doesn't matter. When you got wheels, he's trying to go down the outside, but Exeter just crowd him out. We saw a coast-to-coast in the game earlier. We didn't quite get one there. Oh, lovely ball. Bath are enjoying it, but that looks to be a touch and pass. It is, and Exeter have made another brilliant turnover. He has tapped quickly, but you're about 5 meters off the mark, pal. The refs aren't going to let you have that one. Exeter looking to transition here. Nice drive up the middle. Oh, lovely dummy, just taking the link out of the equation. Lovely fizz pass to the wing, and now they can roll on with fresh legs. Bath trying to stop them from going through the middle, but Exeter still finding success, trying to play a little bit more expansive now. Moving over to the open side, they look to scoop. They go short side. He's got wheels, does Ben Lenuri, and he goes straight over, but the covering touch is made. Bath, really quick transition. I think that's something that they've been crying for, but you can't be making unforced errors like that. Especially at this level against the caliber of players that you've got. Those unforced errors will crucify your opportunities, especially with just over 7 minutes, 6 minutes left to go. If Exeter can get another score here, that will be all she wrote. What a score, what a grab. Eat your heart out. And that's what we spoke about earlier, the elite level structures being put into their purest form, their simplest form, so they can be translated through everyone on that pitch.
I mean, the thing about the Exeter style of play is that it's just so fast. They're so slick and well drilled, and the ball moves. Their rucking speed is fantastic. Their work for their halves, and that's why they're catching Bath off guard. They're not allowing them the time to get back on side. They're moving so quickly, and they're reacting so well to each turnover. So close with that dive there. Just nudged it forward, unfortunately.
Yeah, so close. What a grab. Oh, what a dummy. Who was it who said, I'll buy that for $1? What a dummy. Tom Lawson-Davies is taking it up the middle. They know that they can, if they just secure the ball, don't force any unnecessary turnovers, keep their structures to what they've been playing, they will coast through the rest of this victory. Is Ben Lenuri trying to get on the outside. He's got absolute wheels, needs to find support. He does. That's 5-2, 5 minutes to go. It's hard to see a way back into this for Bath, and I don't think Exeter could quite believe it. Some of the females on the pitch, hands on head. I can't believe how they've just cut through Bath like a knife through butter. Oh, what a step from Ben Lenuri. I think 88 did make the touch, but I don't think he'd retreated onside. Referees more than entitled to play on, and Ben Lenuri does not need two bites at the cherry to make that stick. Really nice setup there from Bath. Bath need a score now to stay in this game. Absolutely need a score. They run the 32 short. They look to go open side. They look to feed the wrap. What a hole. Brilliant covering touch there from the link. But offside given. Ref goes 1, 2, 3, offside. Repeat set of 6. Easy decision. 4 minutes to go. If Bath want to win this in normal time, they need a score a minute. They need a touch here. They look to go for the split. It goes out. They run the quickie, but you can't get around Exeter that easily. It has to be something more creative. You have to engage defenders in a more efficient way. That's a brilliant covering touch there. Exeter really running themselves ragged to secure this win. 3.5 minutes to go, and Bath have really got it all to do. Bath just slowing the game down, which I don't think will help them in any capacity. They play long, trying to go around the outside. That's a really good covering touch there. It's 5th, but the ball's been dropped, so ball down. I think Bath, the fatigue is just setting in. They've lost the edge in attack. They've lost the cohesiveness together. And for Exeter, this is bread and butter.
Yeah, it's just, again, the speed of the turnover. Exeter straight on the ball, driving forwards, winning the ruck at each turn, and just building that momentum into their strike. This is why they are so hard to stop. Kiss of death there. Slightly gone over the mark. Let's see if they can get something out of nothing. Always worth the try on 5th, though.
Yeah, of course, why not?
So if a drive from Bath, then let's have a look and see what they've got. Can they move the ball with the same speed as Exeter? It's a little bit juddery. Here come the cavalry. The Exeter putting the pressure on time and time again, taking the space, making sure they've got good vertical separation. So a turnover around halfway, but Exeter might execute a tap-off move now. let's see what they've got in their bag.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. Exeter will look to use their tap-off move. In fact, no, they just want to get fresh legs on. I think they know that job's done. 90 seconds to go. The 3 scores in 90 seconds. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but it is a very, very unlikely prospect. And I think you mentioned something earlier. If Bath could move the ball as fast as Exeter, but I don't necessarily think that's where the game's been won and lost. I think the game's been won in Exeter's perspective from the speed at which the ball is off the floor. There's always a half there. The ball is never idle. They're always engaging the roll ball on the front foot, moving past defenders, whereas Bath have been engaging the roll ball behind, so that's a static dump. Again, very static. Not a lot of people coming on at pace. And it's just in those key areas. What a diving touch. You've just played a whole day. Result is already in the bag, but no, I don't want you to get that extra score. 50 seconds to go. You want a score? No, you're not allowed a score. Beautiful defence there. Exeter really, really stubborn in their work. Just not allowing any free game for Bath, and that is shut down beautifully. And I think Exeter will just wind this down, and whilst they wind it down, I'm sure we'll see a lot of celebrations from the 4 teams that they've got here. Just a quick question for you, Sammy. For Exeter, what's been that thing, that one area for you that has just set them apart from everyone else over the entirety of the University Touch series?
For me, it's been their coordination. They work for each other. They know exactly where to be and when, and they're well drilled. It's the coaching and how well drilled they are. The communication. It's so slick because they have all worked and they know where to be.
And I'd say, but he's just megged the ref with a touch. Absolutely superb work here from Exeter, securing the win, securing the series overall in emphatic fashion. All 4 teams from Exeter having beautiful tournaments, but Exeter ones especially with the experience that they've got. Tom Lawton-Davies, Ben Lenuri, Emily Simon, just showing that they are a cut above. And they've shown that you can upskill, quote-unquote social players to compete with some of the best that England have to offer. And I think going forward, it bodes really well for the University Series.
Yeah, having a game plan that everyone works to and is based on their skill set is critical. And it looks like Exeter have picked exactly the right game plan for the skill sets that they have, and they've executed it really well. It just goes to show the dedication they must have put into their training and the quality of the coaching that they've received over the course of this series, building and building and building on all of those basic areas of the game to make them as slick as possible, to speed up that rucking, to make sure that their defence is coordinated and connected, and that's been the difference. It's that team that have the best and the most coaching and the best ability to execute that under the pressure of the tournament.
I completely agree, and in my opinion, there's no more deserved winners than Exeter. They've shown teamwork, grit, determination. They've also shown class, ability, and moments of absolute magic. So we are going to sign off today. I've been Joe Wright. I was joined by Chris Wormuth and a whole host of other co-commentators, including the person to my right, Sammy Phillips. I just want to say a big thank you for staying and tuning in with us. This has been the University Touch Championships, and yeah, we'll see you for the next one.
Wow. But wonderful finals. So before they head off, Bristol, come and play your plate trophy. Congratulations, well done.
Introducing Next Gen 50, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough!
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and regular updates of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from? And how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.